The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 16th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have, actually, let me hold off on that for now. Let me just ask, do we have any, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Tuesday, July 16, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget of the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Department of Human Services. Invited testifier, Ms. Avril George, Commissioner, VI Department of Human Services. Block 2, VI Public Defender Office. Invited testifier, Ms. Julie Smith Tadmon, Esquire, Chief Public Defender, VI Public Defender Office. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Javani James Sr. Senator James
He's here.
present. Madam Chair, 4 present and 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues. And good morning to the DHS family that's here before us to defend their and provide testimony in defense of their 2025 budget recommendations submitted by the chief executive of the territory. Today we will also hear from the Virgin Islands Labor Management Committee. Actually, we're not going to hear from them. We're only going to hear from the Territorial Public Defender. We actually took that off of the agenda. So let me just quickly say good morning to the testifiers. And I see that you all are wearing blue. So you didn't come for money. You came for peace. So good morning to y'all. And we're looking forward to hearing the testimony of Commissioner Avril George. This is your first budget hearing, correct, as Commissioner?
Yes, it is, Senator.
All right, so we will look forward to hearing the good things that's happening in the Department of Human Services, as well as your ask for FY 2025. We know that your agency is an agency that's where the least among us in our community depends heavily on human services. So our responsibility is to ensure that we do all that we can to make sure that we are able to provide the necessary services for those in our community that need it most. So we're going to ask that you, all of the testifiers that's before us, put their names and titles on the record. And we're going to start with you, Commissioner George, and then we're going to start with my immediate right, your left, and then we'll go to the other side. So you may proceed with your name and title.
Avril George, Commissioner of the Department of Human Services.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Please recognize the mic of the testifiers. Just put that on the record one more time.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources and Labor Relations.
Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner, Operations.
Lydia McGrath, Chief Financial Officer.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner.
Frederick Norwood, Legal Counsel.
Okay, and do you have anyone on St. Croix?
On St. Croix, I just have members of my staff in the chambers, not in the well.
Okay, great. And is there anyone that you have in the audience with us that you believe that should be up here? Because we do have enough sufficient seating for them.
No, we're good, Senator.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. All right. All right, you may proceed with your testimony.
A pleasant good morning, Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, Chairwoman Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Vice Chair Senator Novelli Francis Jr., Committee members Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Javon E. James, Senior, Ray Fonseca, and Samuel Carrion, non-committee members present, my Department of Human Services team, both present in the St. Thomas and the St. Croix chambers, as well those that are listening, and everyone else listening and viewing today. I am Avril George, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss the fiscal year 2025 budget and its potential impacts on the constituents we serve. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services proposed fiscal year 2025 general fund budget. Our mission is to enhance the well-being of our most vulnerable residents, serving approximately 40,000 Virgin Islanders. We provide essential services through a network of local agencies, businesses, and nonprofits. With me today are members of my senior leadership team, Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner, Lydia McGrath, Chief Financial Officer, Attorney Frederick Norford, Chief Legal Counsel, Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, and Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources and Labor Relations. At DHS, our dedicated team worked tirelessly to deliver high-quality social services across the territory 24/7. Beyond addressing poverty, we play a vital role in health care, elder care, child care, and child welfare with an array of support services for individuals, children, family, persons with disability, and senior citizens. In addition to fulfilling our local and federal obligations, DHS also carries significant responsibilities in disaster management as the leading agency for Emergency Support Function 6, ESF 6. This mandate demands substantial fiscal and workforce support, encompassing budget allocations, staff mobilization, volunteer coordination, and resource management in close collaboration with our local and federal emergency partners. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services receives its authority pursuant to Title 34 of the Virgin Islands Code and is the designated state agency for all publicly financed social service programs except those in public health and housing. DHS is one of the largest departments of the government of the Virgin Islands, serving over 1/3 of the territory's population with 651 active employees, 15 divisions, and 84 programs. Today, we present our FY25 budget request to sustain our commitment to providing essential services that foster growth and strengthen the bonds of our Virgin Islands community, ensuring vulnerable individuals and families across this territory receive the support they need to overcome challenges and thrive. Fiscal year 2025 budget overview. The Department of Human Services recommended appropriation for the general fund is $68,287,052. This includes $625,000 of miscellaneous appropriations. Thus, this sum represents an adequate allocation that will require careful management. However, we are committed to prioritizing critical programs, enhancing outreach efforts, maintaining essential staffing levels, and keeping online vital social support services for our community's most vulnerable populations. The chart below summarizes this information. Miscellaneous appropriation included in the department budgets are as follows. Energy Crisis Program, $500,000. Centennial Living Treasures, $45,000. Mission Outreach, $40,000. Eagle's Nest, $40,000. I should go back and utility services, $2.3 million. Capital projects, $94,000. Personnel is $19,929,312. Fringe is $9,904,702. Supplies are $1,234,547, and other services are $34,754,491. The FY 2025 recommendation appropriation reflects a 7% reduction from the FY 22-24 budget. In FY 24, our general fund comparison of $72,808,732 does reflect the $3 million that we just recently received for the Medicaid appropriation. Federal funding provides an integral flow of money to allow DHS to provide many essential services to our community. The Department of Human Services expects to receive $205,259,624 in federal grants for FY 2025. Expected funding includes the following: Senior Foster Grandparent Program, $264,037. Senior Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, $32,000. Child Care and Development Block Grant, $6.5 million. Children Health Insurance Program, $3,147,408. Family Violence Prevention and Services, Shelter and Support Services, $171,828. Head Start, $11,993,069. John Schaefer Foster Care Program for Successful Transition, $250,000. Mary Ann Lee Promoting Safe and Stable Family Programs, $250,000, $307,816, and $5,997, along with $200,000 on the Mary Lee. Medical Assistance Program, admin is $1,886,600. Claims is $134,660,400. E&E is $4.9 million. MMIS is $16.5 million. Prescription drug coverage, $2 million. Rehabilitation service for vocational rehabilitation, $1.3 million. Senior Community Service Employment Program, $948,000. Social Service Block Grant, $11 million. Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, $5.4 million. And Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, $3.5 million, totaling $205,259,624. Additionally, DHS is expected to receive non-appropriated special funds totaling approximately $2,586,382. This includes the following: Pharmaceutical Assistance Program, $1,957,158. This is funding derived from VI lottery contributions. Senior Citizens Fund, $500,000. Funding derived from Lonesome Dove Founding Legislative Act 7864. And Home for the Age Revolving Fund, $129,224. Funds derived from residents housed at the facility. The total combined funding for fiscal year 2025 amounts to, like stated before, $276,133,058, including general, federal, and non-appropriated special funding. Our categories are listed below. Personnel Services. As of June 30th, 2024, total staff count of the department stands at 651, with 354 professionals in the St. Croix District and 297 professionals in the St. Thomas District. The employee count breakdown is as follows: Federal Fund, 363 employees. General Fund, 288 employees. Classified, 554 full-time and part-time employees, including CSEP. Classified non-union, 6 employees. Exempt, 91 employees. And resignation/retirement are currently at 35. In fiscal year 2024, the department was allocated a lump sum budget of $1,651,173 for vacancies by this esteemed body. While appreciated, it was not sufficient enough to address the agency's personnel needs. Currently, there are 72 vacancies comprising both federally and generally funded positions that require specific qualifications, and in some instances, a match is required. For the fiscal year thus far, we onboarded 41 employees through the end of June 2024. The employment categories are as follows: classified, 27, and exempt, 14. The department's workforce is represented by 6 unions: the Law Enforcement Supervisors Union, Seafarers International Union for Correction Officers, Seafarers International Union Masters, United Steelworkers Masters and Supervisors, and Virgin Islands Workers Union. Currently, 4 of these collective bargaining agreements have expired and are awaiting negotiations later this year. The 4 expired agreements are the Law Enforcement Supervisors Union, United Steelworkers Supervisors Union, Seafarers International Union Master, and Virgin Islands Workers Union. Pre-negotiation for the Seafarers International Union's Master Agreement, which was granted a day-to-day extension, has been concluded. Negotiation for this CBA will begin on July 22, 2024. The United Steelworkers Supervisors Union and the Virgin Islands Workers Union are scheduled to commence negotiations in September 2024. Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services. This division, informally referred to as Child Care or Block Grant, licenses, monitors, and provides ongoing quality improvement services to all legitimate providers of child care services for children up to age 12 in the territory. This oversight includes Head Starts, Virgin Islands Department of Education, preschools, private, parochial, public schools, daycare centers, and informal child care providers that participate in the Child Care Development Fund program. The territory's CCDF program, administered through this office, allow caregivers that work at least 30 hours per week or caregivers that are in training to enter the workforce for at least 30 hours per week to access quality early childhood education services. This is an income-based program that takes into account household income and size to determine the amount of child care subsidy. This division is fully federally funded. However, 70% of funding spent, regardless of funding received, is earmarked for direct services to child care providers. With this in mind, the Territory State Plan was amended to keep a COVID allowance specifically to allow essential workers to be categorically eligible. This means that essential workers qualify for child care assistance regardless of income and household size. In January 2024, the child care subsidies for the Virgin Islands were increased to the 100% percentile to meet and exceed federal requirements and based upon the findings of the 2022 Market Rate Survey and narrowcast analysis. In the Virgin Islands, locally and nationally, the cost of childcare tends to be higher than the price of childcare. The subsidy increases are shown below. Infants was increased to $600. Toddlers were increased to $675. Preschooler 3 years to 4 years was increased to $725. Special needs up to 19 years was stayed at $475. And summer went up for ages 3 to 4 to $725 and 5 to 13, $429. School ages 5 to 12 years went up to $429. The distribution of child care provider participation in the CCDF program and utilization of child care service is captioned here. In keeping with the division's quality improvement function through the Federal Office Child Care Americans Rescue Act plan funding, the division provided child care stabilization funds to allow child care providers that were licensed or certified by March 11, 2021 to apply for grants to cover the cost of operations to include wages, insurance premiums, utilities, rent or mortgage, etc. The jurisdiction received an ARPA Child Care Stabilization Grant of $23,084,248, of which to date, the department has paid out more than $15 million in grant funds, with another $3.7 million approved and pending payment. During the fiscal year 2024, the division also provided child care providers with the opportunity to apply for quality improvement grants. To date, we have encumbered more than $4 million for these grants. These grant opportunities remain available until the end of this fiscal year, September 30th, 2024. The maximum amount and purposes are captured in the chart next to it. Office of Head Start. Fiscal year 2025 is expected to usher in the completion of all 6 major construction projects that are currently underway for the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services Office of Head Start. The project represents successful utilization of approximately $42 million of disaster recovery funds. Federal funding for these projects is separate from the federal funds received for the operation of the Head Start project. These projects are state-of-the-art facilities at locations across all 3 primary islands. All projects are expected to be completed between the first quarter of FY25 and the first quarter of FY26 with no loss of federal funds. The Cruise Bay Head Start is approximately 85% completion. That's in St. John. The Concordia Head Start is 49% completion, St. Croix. Anna's Hope Administration Building, 39% completed, St. Croix. Lindbergh Head Start, St. Thomas, 55% completed. Minetta Mitchell Storage and Admin Building, 6 in St. Thomas, 62% completed. And Bolongo Head Start, 41% completed in St. Thomas. So that's a total of 6 major construction projects with $42 million from disaster recovery funding. In the fourth quarter of FY 2024, the Head Start program will seek federal funding to resume the Charles H. Emanuel Head Start project, which will consolidate Head Start sites on the middle and eastern areas of St. Croix, much like the 10-classroom site at the Mars Hill, Frederiksted. The Charles H. Emanuel Head Start project is anticipated to be a 15-classroom site, one of the largest Head Start sites across all jurisdictions. This site will allow the program to maximize human resource capital and provide a state-of-the-art physical site with the recommended Head Start amenities determined to exemplify best practices for a high-quality early childhood learning environment. The U.S. Virgin Islands this year will also host a Head Start Region 2 conference on the island of St. Thomas at the Western Frenchman Reef Hotel from October 27 to October 31st. This event attendance is expected to exceed 600 people. This conference aims to enhance the visibility of the Head Start program to provide cluster training and certification opportunities for early childhood education professionals and is expected to increase Head Start enrollment. The Office of Intake and Emergency Services. The Office of Intake and Emergency Services is entrusted with the vital responsibility of receiving, assessing, and investigating cases of suspected child maltreatment. Our dedicated staff are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ensuring a prompt response to child abuse and neglect matters, as well as offering crucial support to individuals in crisis. Intake also provides essential services to families with youth who present behavioral challenges, helping to connect families with the most appropriate services to mitigate the issues. In addition to these core functions, Intake administers emergency welfare services via one-time financial benefits paid to providers of services or products to prevent displacement and ensure stability for vulnerable individuals and families. The portfolio of emergency welfare services also includes transient repatriation to return non-residents that have recently arrived in the territory to return to their residence of origin. Burial and cremation services for indigent individuals is also one of the categories of emergency welfare services. The department contracts with James Memorial Funeral Home, Schuster's Crematorium on St. Croix, and with Hurley Funeral Home for burial and cremation services in the St. Thomas St. John district. The task order contract for family preservation and emergency welfare items is Carlos Furniture. Transient repatriation services are rendered on a case-by-case basis. There is no contractual relationship. There were 60 with 17 on St. Thomas, 43 on St. Croix requests for emergency welfare services for FY 2024 through May 30th, distributed as follows. FPR, 44,248. Burials, 68,270. Cremations, 19,470. Transient assistance, $568. Totaling $132,556. Division of Children and Family Services. The Division of Children and Family Services is comprised of 2 units that provide a range of services to children and families that have been determined to be at elevated risk for child maltreatment. The Protective Unit focuses on families that do not require separation of children for protection. These in-home services are aimed at resolving issues and reducing child maltreatment risk. The Foster Care and Adoption Units provide services for children under the department care and custody. Services are aimed at helping children safely return to their family of origins, and when that is not possible, helping them find their forever homes as promptly as possible. This division is responsible for recruiting, training, licensing, and monitoring foster and adoptive homes. They also conduct all of the territory's private custody and adoptive home studies for local and international cases. Funding award to the territory under Title 4B for child welfare services are housed under this division. Title 4E funding opportunities are also based upon activities specific to children in foster and adoptive home. The division supports the contract for 1 congregate group foster home in the district of St. Thomas St. John at a cost of $438,000 annually. Children in care, St. Croix, we have 13, St. Thomas 13, for a total of 26 children in care. The division provides monthly foster care maintenance to resource families that care for children in foster care. However, the foster care payroll also pays subsidies to families that take payment responsibility for children that are considered hard to place, in the form of subsidized guardianship and subsidized adoption. Foster care payroll on St. Croix is $100,893.75, and St. Thomas St. John is $119,660.40, totaling $220,554.50. Office of Residential and Interstate Compact Affairs. Contracted residential services for clients across the lifespan are managed and monitored by this division. This division's fully locally funded budget of more than $16 million has the largest general fund budget of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services programs. The cost of placements currently range from $125 a day for a local general congregate foster care facility to $965.87 a day for residential treatment of clients with complex diagnoses. The department frequently assumes custody of residents who will never be able to live independently due to factors such as medical fragility, cognitive disabilities, and debilitating mental health diagnosis, to name a few. Clients remain in the department cares for decades, often until the end of their lives. Graph is listed below in regards to distribution of ORCA clients in residential facilities. Therefore, advanced behavioral health 7 residents. Judge Rothenberg Educational Center, 1 resident. Sunrise Community, Inc., 29 residents. Pegasus School, Inc., 1. And the list goes on. Division of Family Assistance. The Division of Family Assistance is responsible for the management and disbursement of the department's critical, important food, cash, and energy assistance to vulnerable individuals and family in the Virgin Islands. DFA also administers the nutrition education program to promote healthy nutrition choices among our SNAP recipients and the employment and training programs associated with TANF and SNAP. In fiscal year 2024, October 1st, 2023 to May 31st, 2024, over 25,000 recipients received $55,217,400.73 in food and cash assistance. The Consolidated Appropriations Act 2023 established the Permanent Summer Electronic Benefit Transfer Program, SEBT, beginning in summer 2024. DHS is in collaboration with the Department of Education and has submitted a letter of intent in January 2024 to administer the program for this year as required by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Since then, the department has been working to complete all necessary steps and obtain the necessary approvals to move forward with the implementation of this program. Unlike previous implementations of pandemic EBT, SEBT must be a joint implementation between DHS and education and governed by an executed MOU to move forward. This MOU is currently at the Department of Property and Procurement for execution. Additionally, there are a number of system updates that are currently in progress to support the implementation of these benefits. The division is working closely with our vendors on the technology updates. It is important to note that this program is heavily regulated and requires approval before the agency is able to move forward to the next step of implementation. At this juncture, the department anticipates funds to be administered in September 2024 and will shortly thereafter begin preparation for summer 2025. DFA successfully implemented the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program, LIWAP, and provided assistance with outstanding water utility bills to current members receiving assistance with electric bills. This was a temporary pandemic response program with one-time funding support. The department, however, has engaged with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to receive a $1.5 million sub-grant to expand and continue electric and water utility assistance, and we will begin this additional support within the upcoming months. This division continues to be plagued with staff shortages and antiquated systems that have posed challenges with processing benefits timely. The department is currently applying for funding through various avenues to update our system and digitize processes to streamline operation. It is mission critical that we upgrade our processes and systems to balance the long-standing staff shortages that are exacerbated by turnover equal to the same rate of hire. The Virgin Islands Medicaid program provides health insurance coverage to qualified residents of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Eligible covered groups include low-income adults, children, pregnant women, aged adults, and people with disabilities that through an application meet financial and non-financial criteria such as residency, immigration status, and citizenship. As of June 30th, 2024, there are 21,285 members enrolled in the program. Since June 2023, 17,204 individuals have rolled off the program due to ineligibility. Some of these reasons include increased income due to pay increases or new employment, change in household members, relocation out of the territory, or documents not returned to complete the recertification process. As this body is aware, the department continues to be challenged in expending all of our federal allotment due to not having sufficient match funding. Even further, as the medical needs of the community continue to grow, The program is steadily approaching the federal cap. Please, the charts are listed below. Act number 8855 passed earlier this month, providing the department with an appropriation of $3 million to address outstanding Medicaid obligations. Thank you to this body for assisting us. The local Medicaid deficit is currently $1.3 million with an additional $2.3 million in outstanding obligations. The projected local need through the end of the fiscal year is approximately $4 million based on current obligations, an additional $22 million in anticipated federal spend. It is important to note that services will have to be denied unless an additional appropriation is made in FY 2024. This is in addition to the various temporary restrictions placed on the program to slow spending. Given restraints with the DHS budgetary ceiling, only $8 million has been allotted for FY 2025, which is based on current shortfalls, is forecasted to be insufficient. As the department manages these funding challenges, the program is making great strides toward implementing processes and policies to ensure its sustainability. Since our last update to this body, our temporary suspensions have gone into effect, and the program has sent communications to all stakeholders and held virtual town halls with our providers group. We have worked with one of our partner state Medicaid programs and our contractors to set up a call center to route calls and answer questions. As we make deliberate changes to place more controls over the program, the need for additional staff and contractor support is clear. DHS is happy to announce that the VA Medicaid program has organized and will be hosting the first ever U.S. Territories Medicaid Enterprise System Summit, August 19th to the 21st, 2024. Attendees will include Medicaid program leadership from all U.S. territories, partners from the Centers for Medicaid and Medicaid Services, other federal agencies, and Medicaid business and technology vendors. This summit presents a unique opportunity for all U.S. territories to foster relationships, enhance collaboration, and share knowledge among Medicaid and other health and human service leaders, as well as federal partners and vendors. The event aims to coordinate activities in support of the Medicaid enterprise and the individuals and families served. Senior Citizen Affairs. The Division of Senior Citizen Affairs operates 11 programs in addition to the Office of Administrator dedicated to supporting the elderly community in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The SCA staff works hard to address the needs of our elderly community, which continues to grow and has exceeded the capacity and available resources of some of our programs. The department has been especially plagued with large wait lists for the elderly nutrition program, or Meals on Wheels, and is more commonly known. Thus far in FY 2024, the Meals on Wheels program has serviced 849 individuals and served almost 140,000 meals. Over the past year, the staff has worked to validate and purge the extensive wait list, adding as many clients as possible with available resources. Currently, the wait list includes 77 individuals on St. Croix and 20 on St. Thomas. There is no wait list on St. John. The department has estimated that 300,000 is required to clear this remaining wait list. The team has developed a plan to expand operations to service the additional person on St. Croix and St. Thomas, and are in discussion with its federal partners to explore various avenues to support that effort. The department has made much progress, but still more to be done. The team works diligently every day to mitigate and to overcome these challenges to ensure our residents receive the best care and a safe environment. These challenges, among others, ultimately contribute to the growing waitlist for entry into the homes due to the inability to sustain an increased capacity in the current state. The waitlist for the homes continues to grow every day and include community members as well as those individuals within our territory's hospital known as boarders. The department continues to work with the hospitals to address boarders and are working collaboratively to craft solutions to relieve the hospital of approximately 15 boarders across both islands. The department is plagued with limited physical and human resource capacity within our homes and limited funding to increase our off-island capacity, but exploring every avenue to address this chronic issue. One of the most meaningful and worthwhile pleasures within DHS and SCA is our opportunity to celebrate our seniors who have achieved the momentous milestone of reaching their 100th birthday. Currently, there are 24 centenarians registered with SCA, of which 6 are actively completing the application and 5 are awaiting the remaining disbursement of $1,000 from the Department of Finance. St. Thomas has 11, St. Croix has 13, totaling 24. Disaster recovery / capital projects. With the support of the Office of Disaster Recovery, DHS has continued to maximize its funding with the Federal Emergency Management Agency for Public Assistance and Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funds. The department has been obligated $333,352,560 in PA funds, an additional $3,651,785 for HMGP projects. This has been an ongoing process, and through a concerted effort and appeals of original FEMA projections, we now have full prudent replacements for our St. Thomas Nude Hansen complex for $126 million, Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged for $129 million, and Queen Louise Home for the Aged for $72 million, as well as much-needed permanent repairs to our Cruise Bay St. John Multipurpose Center in the amount of $2,325,154. In addition to permanent replacement or repairs approved for Nude Hansen, Queen Louise, and St. John Multipurpose Center, temporary relocation and repairs has also been approved for these projects. The Nude Hansen complex will be demolished, so the department will be relocating its operation until the new facility is completed. The department is working very closely with the Department of Property and Procurement to secure space for the temporary relocation of staff and are prioritizing keeping services as consolidated and co-located as possible to avoid any adverse impacts to the client population. Moves are anticipated to commence in FY 2025 Q1 until about the end of FY 25 Q2. With this effort, the department is also trying to improve its processes and operations and plan to undertake a significant scanning and digitization project and are working to identify the funding to accomplish this goal. The Queen Louise Home for the Aged temporary repairs project was put out to bid and a contractor was selected. The selected contractor will be officially awarded shortly and the contracting process will commence. Architectural design has begun for Nude Hansen, Queen Louise, and Herbert Grigg through close collaboration with ODR, and these projects will be managed through the Super PMO. Herbert Grigg Home has been bundled with the Governor F. Wang Louis Hospital and the Donna Christensen Medical Center in Bundle 1, and is currently going through the procurement process. This progress is highly pleasing, as the Herbert Grigg Home is in desperate need of repairs, and there are currently no temporary projects for disaster recovery to assist with these repairs. The department continues to make short-term repair and is working diligently to get the new space completed as soon as possible. Criminal Victims Compensation. The Criminal Victims Compensation Program provides financial compensation to crime victims in the Virgin Islands. The compensation is intended to assist victims by awarding them funds to aid in support and services necessary to aid their restoration after criminal violence, including costs associated with medical fees, lost income, dependent care, funeral expenses, relocation expenses, and other costs. The objective of the DHS Victim Compensation Program is to reimburse as many eligible claimants as possible for expenses resulting from criminal violence. Applicants may file a claim by submitting their application along with the appropriate documentation to support the claim to DHS. Supporting documentation such as police reports, dead birth certificates, and victims' photo identification assists the Criminal Victim Compensation Commission with determining eligibility for compensation. The Criminal Victim Compensation Program provides an acknowledgement letter to applicants when their full application package has been received. The Criminal Victims Compensation Commission, which meets at least once quarterly, reviews the application packages for completion and for determination of approval and benefit amount. When claims are determined eligible for benefits, the Criminal Victims Compensation Administrator transmits the requisite documentation to the DHS CFO to be processed through the VIDHS Fiscal Office and paid through Government of the Virgin Islands payment processes, which results in disbursement of funds by the Virgin Islands Department of Finance. The Criminal Victim Compensation Program, which had been making great stride, is currently in delayed status following the separation of both staff that administered the program. Staff was identified to continue to process applications, and a convening of the Criminal Victim Compensation Commission was scheduled for March 2024, when a third staff that was assigned to assist with the program's operations separated from the department. There has been no convening of the Criminal Victim Compensation Committee for fiscal year 2024. However, with the onboarding of legal counsel Frederick Norfolk and the soon-to-be-made selection of a professional to assist him, we are hopeful of conducting a council meeting in August 2024 and to get the program up and running. Good news is we worked with our federal partners in cleaning up prior year outstanding information. We also recently received notification that the high-risk status has been lifted, and we will be receiving the $128,000 in funding. Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Support Function, ESF 6. The Department of Human Services is designated by FEMA as the lead agency for ESF 6. DHS is responsible for coordinating mass care, emergency assistance, temporary housing, and human services during disasters. This role involves strategic coordination with various agencies and organizations to provide comprehensive community support before, during, and after disasters. In early 2024, DHS conducted thorough inspection of key evacuation shelters to ensure their safety and compliance with established standards. These inspections were conducted in collaboration with partners such as American Red Cross, FEMA, Health, Education, Sports Park and Rec, Agriculture, and Vitima, with VI Fire Services, ensuring adherence to safety standards. All emergency shelters across the territory will be staffed jointly by DHS and Red Cross volunteers. Operational readiness drill. Throughout the year, DHS personnel participated in extensive drills, including the Hurricane Preparedness and Initial Recovery Capstone 2024 exercise to evaluate shelter setup and operational readiness. DHS emergency support coordinators also serve as panelists at the National Hurricane Conference 2024, providing workshops on readiness and operational preparedness from a regional Caribbean perspective. The conference aims to improve hurricane preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation, while serving as a forum for officials to exchange ideas and recommend new emergency management policies. Emergency water distribution effort. DHS readiness was tested at the beginning of the year through the establishment and management of a fully operational point of distribution site on St. Croix from January 18 over a 3-day period. DHS led a collaborative effort with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, Vitima, VING, DOH, BIT, and other agencies to distribute water pitchers and filters provided by the authority to WAPA customers affected by the potable water emergency on St. Croix. The distribution held at the Frederickstead parking lot, adjacent to Major Cummins Park, offered both drive-through and walk-up options. Over 900 customers received filters, including 230 WAPA-affected clients of the DHS Meals on Wheels program, who were provided with filters through home deliveries by our staff. Thank you, Vitima, VING, DOH, WAPA, Sports Park and Rec, BIT, and my DHS staff for your heroic efforts during the three-day distribution. As the tropical Atlantic hurricane season progresses, the Department of Human Services stands prepared, having invested significant resources and efforts to ensure readiness for any challenges that may arise. This is the good part. Additional funding requests. For staffing, increased funding to support the hiring of additional personnel. For Medicaid Assistance Program MAP, enhanced funding to sustain the program, ensuring comprehensive health care services for eligible residents. Homes for the aged, funding to support the maintenance and enhancement of our facilities. Border placements, funding to relocate borders to more suitable care centers, improving their quality of life. Technology upgrades, funding for much-needed communication and network system upgrades. Staff relocation, financial support for relocating staff due to failing facilities, ensuring service continuity and safety. Vehicle acquisition, additional funds to meet transportation needs for service delivery, client transport, and logistics. Cost allocation plan, development and implementation of cost allocation plan to optimize the use of federal funds across the department. In conclusion, the proposed FY25 budget demonstrates our commitment to delivering substantial benefits to our community through several core strengths. Our comprehensive service delivery model ensures that a wide range of essential services, from nutrition and support for needy families to health care, elder care, assistance for the disabled, child welfare, and disaster management, will continue to be available to meet the holistic needs of our most vulnerable population. Additionally, the 6 federally funded Head Start construction projects are not only a significant investment in early childhood learning and development, but also a catalyst for economic growth. These projects continue to generate jobs, stimulate local businesses involved in construction, and provide private sector wages that will benefit the economy. The new state-of-the-art facilities will enhance the educational environment for our children, ensuring they have the best possible start in life while simultaneously contributing to the financial stability and growth of our territory. Furthermore, by increasing childcare subsidies and expanding support through quality improvement grants, we empower families to access better opportunities and create more stable environments for their children to thrive. Through robust partnership with local agencies, businesses, nonprofits, and federal entities, we will continue to leverage additional resources and expertise to amplify our impact and deliver high-quality services efficiently. Despite a significant reduction in our budget, we will try our best to maintain our staffing levels and critical programs through strategic allocation to meticulously management of our funds. However, there will be challenges in ensuring the continuity of all vital services. Thank you to the entire DHS team for your hard work and dedication throughout the year. Our dedicated workforce, deeply embedded within this community, is resilient, empathetic, and committed to helping mitigate and weather the challenges ahead. Thank you to Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, and the OOG team for their continued support. We believe these efforts will make a meaningful and positive difference in the lives of Virgin Islanders. And thank you for your attention and consideration. We are now available to answer any questions you may have regarding the FY25 budget for the Department of Human Services. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Let me take this opportunity to ask Madam Clerk to please mark Senator Ray Fonseca as present. And I also want to welcome Senator Diane T. Capehart to today's meeting, non-committee member. Thank you for being here, as well as Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, non-committee member. Thank you for being here. And I'm also seeing Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Please mark him as present. Good morning, Senator DeGraff. All right. Okay, colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. But before we begin, let me ask Human Services. So there's an increase in your personnel of 1.5 million. Is that increase tied to any salary increases that were granted, union-related salary increases that were granted in fiscal year 24, or anticipated to be granted in FY 24?
Yes, it is. Yes,
How
it
much?
is, Senator.
How much is it? What's the total amount of salary increases?
I'll get that for you shortly, Senator.
Okay, and I asked the question because in your testimony, earlier in your testimony, you shared that the legislature set aside some 1.7, give or take, $1 million in FY 24 for existing vacancies, and you shared with us that that's not sufficient. However, in the budget that came down from the chief executive of the territory for FY 25, there's actually a reduction in your overall budget of $1.52168 million. And in your closing, you also shared that you needed additional resources, but those did not come down in the budget. So I'm trying to understand, what is the conversation that's being had or was had or previously had with the Office of Management and Budget, the Office of the Governor, as it relates to this particular budget, because your ask is much, much higher than what was sent down in the 2025 budget request by the executive branch.
In fiscal year 2024, we, instead of going by our vacancies on our personnel listing, we were given a lump sum budget of $1.6 million to fill our vacancies, which is already spent. There's no more funding left in that allotment, and based on our personnel listing, we still have federal positions to be filled that requires a general fund match. So I will say that more money is needed for staffing for FY 2025, and that may be a conversation we can continue to have.
Yeah, so I hear everything you say, but I'm saying the normal course of business is the conversation needs to be had with your team, which is the OMB folks. If you are not getting the satisfaction that you feel that you should be getting, I did this before, so I could tell you, then that conversation needs to be had with the governor with regards to the concerns that you're having, particularly in human services, because I agree with you 100% that the work that you do, you actually serve the most vulnerable population in the territory. So that needs to, y'all have to true up this discussion. From where we sit, we are not running the executive branch. We provide oversight. So if you have these types of challenges, they need to be saying to us, look, we want to retool what we've submitted, and then they're going to have to tell us where they're going to have, where it will, what agency it will impact, or that they are now seeing where there are additional revenues that will be coming into the territory to support some of these requests, because you're not the only department that came down and said they need additional funding. So I'm very concerned about what was presented today with regards to your budget because of the work that you do. The work that you do is critically important to the Virgin Islands, but it's not reflective in what came down in the 2025 budget book. So we're going to try our best to get through this discussion, but I think it's very important for you to have another conversation with regards to what's before us in the 25 budget. Okay?
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audiences. Staff, Central Staff, good morning. Commissioner George and your supporting management team there with you, and those also in the chambers, and all 651 of the employees. And thank you so much for that comprehensive testimony. Welcome to your first budget hearing.
Thank you.
As you spoke, it reminded me what you said in your testimony. Ensuring vulnerable individuals and families across this territory to receive the support they need to overcome challenges and thrive. In your testimony, you spoke to some 97 individuals, and you need approximately 300,000 to assure that those on a waiting list for the Meals on Wheels program, for the elderly nutrition program, get some type of assistance. Did you include that in your budget to receive those fundings?
No, we didn't.
Very well. There should be no one in the Virgin Islands, in this territory, honestly, on a waiting list to receive nutritious meals. So we can have a discussion about that also. That's very important. Let me go to the post audit report, page 5 of 36. It spoke to the miscellaneous section. Let me speak to that right quick because it's not much, $3.2 million. But some of these non-for-profit does great work and fills the gap. Let me ask, in respect to fund expended thus far, I'll go to the CFO, Ms. McGrath, for Catholic charities, because they stated that they only received $25,000 for the year thus far. Are we in the third quarter going to the fourth? And they said they can't even really meet payroll. What's the challenge that you have in assuring that these non-for-profit, not only them, I'm sure others are in the same predicament, receive these funds on time to continue operating and providing the services that we critically need for our people? What the challenge that's going on there?
Morning, Leah McGrath, CFO. Presently, the backlog is due to the revenue challenges at Department of Finance.
We cannot hear you clearly.
Sorry, the back.
Pull the mic. Yeah.
Is that better? Yeah. The backlog is with getting the payments processed. They are at the Department of Finance awaiting the checks being cut. We have approximately 204,000 of the nonprofits, the payments down there. We work with finance. Of course, it's based on the availability of revenues. That we have submitted a critical list to them of the nonprofits, which is pretty much all of our nonprofits that are there and awaiting payments. They have been processing some. We've been seeing some come through. So, but Catholic Charities is there for processing.
So we kind of expect them to receive that money in short order.
Yeah, it's based on the Department of Finance.
Very well. I guess we'll follow up with those individuals. Also, the energy crisis program, the $500,000. How much have been expended thus far to date for that program?
We're pretty much at the halfway mark. 227,000 has been expended. We're waiting for the release of the third and the fourth quarter from
1 minute.
so we can continue to expend.
Okay, very well. Let's go to the federal grants. Are there any federal funds in jeopardy?
We have limited that are in jeopardy because we're waiting to finalize our cost allocation plan, which I can, Assistant Commissioner Benjamin can give the update on that.
You said, repeat what you said, please. I'm
It's
sorry.
our Title 4B grants that we need a cost allocation in place in order to expend the funds.
30 seconds.
Which covers what?
The John Chafee and the Mary Allen. The John Chafee and the Mary Allen grants.
Okay, let me ask you, in respect to, in the testimony which piqued my attention, the child care, that basically was stated by the commissioner in respect to assuring that,
Time.
if I may, Madam Chair, assuring that it's 100% funded, as a matter of fact, and you spoke to the COVID, going back to COVID, and being able to cover individual at 100%, no matter what the income, whatever. Can you elaborate on that for me and have you put that information out there for people? Because I know many individuals have challenges, especially during the summer with childcare, etc. Can you elaborate on that for me, please? And I had a page number, and I love the page number.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. You referenced two separate things. One is the COVID allowance that allowed essential workers to qualify regardless of salary. Our state plan was amended
Yes,
to
that's
allow
the
that
one.
to be the norm. So any essential worker can apply at the Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services for child care services if needed. The other thing that you referenced was the child care subsidies. So when families apply based upon their income and their household size, a determination is made about what percentage of the child care cost the department will pay. Because of the difficulty that the child care industry has been having just kind of globally, the federal government has allowed 4 jurisdictions to pay up to the 100th percentile. So the subsidies were increased, and the outstanding thing is the subsidy is not based upon what the child care provider charges. So even if the child care provider charges $500 a month for an infant, if the subsidy is $600, that's still what they get paid. That information is out there.
How did you put it out there? That's my question. How did you advertise this? How did you market it? So people can know that this is available for them. That's the question.
Well, initially there's a PSA that goes out to all of the media partners. We put blast out on all of our social media pages. The PSA blast includes both print and radio media. So that's what we've done. We haven't done any targeted commercials or anything to date.
Well, thank you so much for your response, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your leniency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you and good morning to all. The question was asked directly if there's any federal grants in jeopardy. The response was limited. What are these limited grants that are in jeopardy specifically, and how critical are they?
It is our title, Leah McGrath, CFO, it is our Title 4B grants. We are working on a cost allocation. We're hoping that that can be put into place shortly, which will allow us to utilize the funding.
So can you tell us through the chair what the Title 4B grants supports? Because I'm sitting here and I'm livid about what's going on at Hobart Gregg to hear that we don't have funding for this place and how the shape that it's in.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. The Title 4B funds are specific to children who are in the care of the department. They are the John Chafee funds for successful transition to adulthood for youth. They're the John Chafee funds for education and training vouchers for youth who have graduated high school or a vocational program. They're the Mary Lee Ellen funds that were referenced. The Stephanie Tubbs funds. They're all related to children who are in care, especially children who are transitioning to adulthood. And it's to do everything from paying for furniture if they're able to get an apartment, to paying them a stipend if they're in school.
And are we able to recover from this? Because if it's in jeopardy, what is the department doing to bring us out of that?
Well, we've identified the vendor for the cost allocation plan. It's in the last stages of execution. After the cost allocation, the plan is built, then it has to be submitted to the Children's Bureau for approval. Presently, what we're doing is every time we're about to spend the Title 4B funds, we have to get specific permission from
And
the
lastly,
federal
how much
government.
monies are we talking about here? Approximately. Lastly,
Approximately 250,000.
thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. That's 3 minutes, knock off your 5. No. That ain't gonna get you no place. If you ain't got coconut, don't come. But you know what you can bring. You can bring the fig Newtons. All right. The Vice President asked a very critical question about our nonprofits. And our nonprofits, I would like for you to explain to the community what these nonprofits do for the vulnerable population here in the territory. And he specifically asked about Catholic Charities, which has the Bethlehem House, the Street Mobile program, the Family Education program, and I think there's another one, St. Teresa or something like that. What's the name of it?
The outreach.
Okay. So, Ms. McGrath, we're going to have to reposition ourselves because the mic needs to be in front of you so you can respond. So we have to figure that out a little better. I think your computer needs to be shifted in the other direction. Yes. Huh? Yes. Much better. Much
There we
better.
go.
Okay? You know, your computer, the computer is creating a, okay, good.
Yes.
So,
we have the Catholic Charities, Bethlehem House, then we have Catholic Charities St. Croix, and we have the Catholic Charities Outreach. And also under our crisis funding, we have the Catholic Charities FEP.
right, but the question is, what do these nonprofit agencies do in our community? And I'm asking the question because the information that was provided to us is to date, only $25,000 has been released, or paid is the word, not released, but paid to Catholic Charities in particular for these programs. So, Commissioner, Bethlehem House, what does Bethlehem House do for the Virgin Islands, for the St. Thomas St. John District community?
I think Bethlehem House feeds the homeless, and I think they provide shelters.
Shelter and
when
housing,
necessary.
yes. And the Street Mobile Outreach Program?
The Street Mobile Outreach Program, I think they go out in the community and help individuals in regards to whether they need to go to a doctor, whether they need services in regards to food. They meet them where they're at.
Right, and a lot of them have mental health and substance abuse issues.
Yes, they do.
So who's fighting for them? Because we've only seen $25,000 released. Of that 240 that you submitted to the Department of Finance, you said only 25 was paid, or is it 275, 265, and the balance is 240? That's what it is? That's my graph?
Total outstanding nonprofits is 204,000.
204.
Yes.
Okay, and how long have they been sitting in finance?
I would have to get back to you with that.
Okay, so you have two things to get back to me with, right? What are the two of them? Because I think I asked the other question, I didn't get the answer.
The length of time the Catholic Charities and other nonprofits are sitting at finance, and I don't remember.
What's the other ones? I don't know.
I didn't make a note of it, but I know there was another one that you needed to follow up on. I'll remember. Nobody don't remember? I'm trying to drive home a point that if we're not paying our nonprofits, then how are we serving our community? So when I ask the question, who's fighting for these individuals and these services, is wanting to send it down to finance, but what's the follow-up discussions that's being had with regards to these?
We have placed, Commissioner George, we have placed them on a critical list instead of trying to put them through the regular payment process with all other vendors. We created a spreadsheet so it can be identified as critical, and we have sent it down to Department of Finance so they won't be pooled with everybody else and we can make them a priority.
And then in your testimony, you shared that there's an additional $1.2 million needed for the Medicaid program? Medicaid
Yeah,
program?
not 1.2, I'll get it for you.
You said 1.2 and you see some of 3 million to coming back to some 4 million. Right? This is my question. The governor sent down a bill to the legislature, I want to say about 3 weeks ago, give or take, for $3 million. So again, I'm trying to figure out what is the conversation that's being had internally with regards to these types of matters. Because they send on a bill for $3 million. Y'all are saying, oh, you need, how much more you need on top of the $3 million?
About 4.
So you really needed $7 million.
At the time of the ask was to make sure that we had outstanding vendors that needed to get paid at as fast as possible. So when we were doing our reviews, our standing vendor payments was about $3 million. So we kind of pushed to try to get our outstanding vendors paid so they could continue to perform the critical services. Now we're doing a dig dive in, and we're looking at cutting our services and going through the whole 9 yards when we're realizing we're still in trouble. And that's why when we came before this body, we said if you could increase it to $5 million, we'll take it. But that didn't work.
Well, let me just share something with you, right? So when that bill came down to the legislature, it didn't come with a funding source. It came, appropriate X million dollars from any place in this government for the purposes of this program that has a deficit, right? We said, I spoke to the OMB acting director, and I said, listen, we need to have a funding source in order for us to make any decisions on this. Otherwise, what we're going to have to do, I'm sure you remember her giving you a call, and that's how I became aware that you had basically used up all of your personnel and fringe-related amounts.
Yes.
I believe it's very irresponsible for the executive branch to submit to the legislature bills asking for funding without identifying at minimum a funding source. We don't do this every day. The Department of Finance, the Office of Management and Budget, they are the entities that know exactly where the funds are flowing. I just looked at the financial reports for the Department of Finance while I'm sitting here. The last report was in May. We can't even look at the report and get updated report in order to make an informed decision. It's very difficult. So I think it's important. I thought it important to share it with not only yourself, but with the community overall as to the challenges that we have on this end. We are poised to make whatever decision we have to make, but we have to make it with important data. And the data is, what are the revenues? We are now in July. We're mid-July, and we have not even seen the report for the month of June. So we can't tell you what you have or what you don't have, what's truly happening here. And that's why we moved the legislation. I don't know if you're aware, but the government's financial team came before us sometime in early June and shared with us that there's a $90 million deficit in the revenues. We can't dispute it right now as far as where we're going, because up to now we haven't seen June. So when the Medicaid request came, we spoke to the OMB director and we said, listen, they have to find a funding source, otherwise we're going to have to cut agencies in order to come up with this money. They were able to find some additional resources that came. One of my colleagues actually brought a measure to increase it by $4 million. We actually had a little banter on it, and this is what these types of things create, a little banter on it, because the executive branch is the entity that actually knows what's happening day to day. We should not be making assumptions that you need additional resources. So we did not move on that, because the funding that they gave us really wasn't funding to be used for that purpose, but we did what we had to do. So we have to have a deeper dive discussion regarding how do we truly help and provide the necessary resources, and that's monetary resources, to the Department of Human Services. It means that we have to really look at our government and determine, what are our priorities? And definitely human services is a priority. So if we have to be placed in that position, then that's what we're going to do. I'm sure that my colleagues will agree with me that if we have to be placed in that position, then that's the position we're placed in. But I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to Team DHS. And, of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I first want to thank the hardworking employees of the Department of Human Services that continue to do what is necessary. Some volume on my mic, please, to address the vulnerability of our community. Certainly, the work that had been done at YRC last weekend, I think, is commendable, as well as the elderly events that I've seen. Again, those are commendable. And those employees continue to be challenged in terms of some of their work environment. Elevator not working, rats and rodents that's running around the place, the maintenance issue, the air condition at Richmond and at YRC. So what part of this budget are we earmarking to address some of those concerns, Commissioner?
Part of the issue is staffing, Senator, and if we can staff up our maintenance division, that we could at least meet our needs of in-house, things that we can fix, change, repair in-house will be very appreciated. Outside of that is just the funding to hire more individuals in a maintenance team that could turn the knob and fix what is in our control.
Okay. And I saw where you took a $3.1 million cut in other services. How does that impact your ability to operate?
It impacts us greatly. We now have to go back and see where we can make cuts in-house to work within that means. The team has been advised when we went through what we saw is that we're going to have to do what we have to do to continue to provide services with what is given to us. And just do the ask. If you saw, I did a big ask, because if you don't ask, nobody will ever know what is your need. So I told the team we're going to go and we're going to ask for what we need, and we're going to put it out there, because not asking means that we're okay and we're able to operate with what we have, and we can.
It truly pains my heart this morning sitting down and hearing that we got 77 individuals on a waiting list for meals, when perhaps this is the only meal that they will receive in 24 hours. It truly pains my heart.
And Senator Francis, I'll say one thing. That list was much larger than 70-something. And we have worked with, some individuals have passed, some individuals have relocated, but we have tried to see what we can.
129 people this year.
Yeah, I think we added 129 people came off of the waiting list that we were able to make the necessary adjustments to provide meals, but we're trying.
But there's still 77 individuals.
There's still 77, which is
77 individuals that perhaps don't even know where they're going to get a meal from today. How much do we owe in vendors payment in aggregate at this time?
I'll repeat that.
How much do we owe in vendors payment in aggregate at this time?
Give me 1 second.
Lydia McGrath, CFO. Presently at the Department of Finance, we have $2,092,576.52 of vendor payments.
And this is for Department of Human Services, from cradle to grave. Who's advocating? Who's tracking these payments? Who's making the noise?
1 minute.
Because obviously, seems like the squeaky wheels is what's getting the oil at Department of Finance. Who is championing the fact that these vendors need to be paid?
We have continued, Avril George Commissioner, we have continued to place individuals on a critical list based on the funding available, and we have made the phone calls in regards to vendors that has stopped work or looking to cut services and have gotten assistance from the Department of Finance.
30
to channel those
seconds.
Payments through, but
Slow down,
again,
slow
it's
down that time.
out of our control sometimes.
Okay, I got 30 seconds left. In regards to federal grants, I'm getting a lot of information regarding the slow payments or slow processing of documents to be utilized in our federal grants. What's creating these challenges and the barriers for us to timely expend our federal grants?
Yeah, but
Lydia McGrath, CFO. With some of our grants, the issue is we lack executed contracts in some cases. So we have to go through the justification letter process with DPP, and that definitely slows down the process of getting the vendors paid.
Time.
So, Madam Chair, if I may just wrap up. So what needs to happen? I mean, what then needs to change so that we can make sure that these federal grants are paid in a timely fashion, or processed in a timely fashion?
Well, we're working diligently on getting contracts in place. We now have legal counsel on board, so definitely there will be an uptick in us moving that along. And a lot of times, the issue with contracts, because I have a standing meeting with the contracts administrator every week, so we can go through, whatever documentation is missing. We rely on the vendor to provide their updated documents, and in some cases, they don't have their documents in place. So it's a two-way street.
Okay, my time has been called, but I'll perhaps like to drill down a little bit more, maybe if we do have a second round, because whatever the issue needs, we need to make sure that it's being addressed, and so that we can move the needle. So I'm happy to hear that we have legal counsel that's assisting Mr. Norfolk is definitely good at what he does, so that we could be able to get this taken care of. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Blaney, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner George, honestly, I'm happy that you're at the head right now for Human Services. I'm happy because I know the type of person you are. Let me ask a question, though, in respect to local grants. And I know back during the budget season last year, my colleagues and I passed $50,000 to get a truck for Catholic Charities for the mobile unit that gives the individual a bath, and they can use the restroom, etc. Mobile, go around and do that. To date, they stated they still have not received anything for that truck, and they need to get a truck in order to use the unit. And it's important. I mean, it's very important, the work you guys do. We know it's critical that the work you do. You serve the most vulnerable individuals. What's going on in that space in terms of the truck for the mobile unit in order to serve these individuals? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lydia McGrath, CFO. When we requested our releases from the Office of Management and Budget, we detailed that it was for the purchase of a vehicle and we needed the full allotment. We again requested for the full release when we asked for the third and fourth quarter release, which we're waiting for those to come through.
So you have not received the funding? Because I don't think you're clear.
Correct.
You
We have not.
See, and this is where the frustration comes in, because there's the doubling down on the legislature of recent week, within the past couple of days, about us appropriating some $200,000 to support our Caribbean sisters and brothers. And I'm certain that none of us in this room have an issue with writing a check or providing goods to our Caribbean brothers and sisters. However, based on the discussion that we are having here today, when we have basic services that's not being paid for, I'm not certain how anyone in good conscience could double down on this institution and the coffers of this government at this time. You double down when there are resources, and we are impacted tremendously. So, this is, Commissioner, you know how I feel about you, okay? And I know that you are doing the best that you can do. But what's unfortunate is we don't want to see that we put our leaders in positions in these departments and agencies and we setting them up to fail. Okay, the responsibility that you have is huge, and at minimum, attention needs to be given to the Human Services Department, not only the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. It has to happen. What you presented us today is extremely concerning. It's concerning. So I need for you to provide us, because I think the Senate President asked about the 3.1 million, and we need to know what will be impacted specifically by this 3.1. If you don't have it now, you could share it with us. We'll ask it through the chair that you send back to the committee what's impacted. But do you have any information now to share with what is impacted, what will be impacted as a result of this reduction?
Senator, I'll get that for you shortly.
Okay, make sure I take notes.
We're taking notes. We're taking notes.
All right. Okay. All right. So let me ask you. So we had budgeted some $87,000 for the Herbert Grigg generator. That's the service generator, correct?
No.
That's for the generator. So that's a buyer generator.
Yeah.
Which
It
one?
was to purchase a generator.
So did we purchase a generator in 24?
Not yet. Lydia McGrath, CFO, we're waiting for the release.
Colleagues, Human Services ain't getting their service, is not getting what they need. The generator for Herbert Grigg, you have not been able to purchase that. The $50,000 for the Centennial, was that released? And the miscellaneous energy, $500,000 for the Energy Crisis Program, was that released?
The releases right now are all at a 50%.
No.
The first and second quarter, that's all that has been released for our miscellaneous.
But you just shared that Herbert Grigg, you didn't get the 87.
No, we only received a release of half of that.
Oh, so you got half. But how you gonna buy a generator with half the money?
Correct. We're waiting for the other half.
So you got half of the Energy Crisis Program funding?
Yes, and we've been
250?
spending.
All right. Yeah. So you gonna get the information back to me, or you were pulling it together, Commissioner, with regards to?
Yeah, I'll get the information.
Oh, you
back
can
to
get it back to me. Okay, perfect, no problem. Senator Javon James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Before I get into my line of questioning, I would like to say happy belated birthday to Miss Carla Benjamin, and to remind the people of the Virgin Islands that today is the beginning of early voting. So to the questions now. I see you have 11 vacancies for licensed practical nurse. I know it's a difficulty when it comes to getting nurses in the Virgin Islands, But for FY 2025, out of those 11 vacancies, how many of them can you see yourself realistically filling as far as the licensed practical nurses?
We don't have enough funding, and we don't have 11 vacancies. Where did you get that from, Senator? We're watching our list.
Only have 5,
In the
We only
post,
have
are they-
5 vacancies.
and they're not for LP.
Okay, so you have 5 vacancies. Okay, so out of those 5 vacancies, realistically, how many can you see yourself filling? And can you break them down by district? Vacancies by district.
None are LP, none of our vacancies are LPNs. Only one RN.
Understood, but you said you have 5 vacancies, right? For nurses?
No, not 5 vacancies in general, not for nurses alone.
Okay,
On
so
our
how many
personal
vacancies
listing, we
for
have
nurses?
5 vacancies under general fund.
And realistically, how many can you see yourself filling for FY 2025 is my question.
All,
How?
if you
So
give me
you
more, we'll
mentioned-
show it too. Go
You
ahead.
mentioned something about funding. Can you elaborate about the funding? You said you don't have enough resources.
We have staffing shortages within each division. If allotted the necessary funding to hire individuals, we will get those vacancies. When we say vacancies, we're talking in general, much needed positions filled. That answer your
I'll
question,
go back to
Senator?
that. I'm going to go back to that. Social workers. You have 3 positions vacant for social worker 3 and 1 position vacant for social worker number 1. Have you had any individuals who came forward thus far to be able to fill those positions? What is that looking like?
That's one of our hard-to-fill positions. We have been reposting it and trying to get individuals on board for social worker positions. They're required to have social worker license. So we've been working with UVI to see how we can collaborate with them in getting individuals able to pass the social worker examination.
And that's what I like about you. You state the problem and you state the solution. So with UVI, have you had a memorandum of understanding, a letter of intent, or anything besides a conversation, or is it ongoing?
It's ongoing, Senator. We just started having those conversations.
Okay, so I'm assuming ever since the new leadership at UVI, you have been able to communicate with them about what you're trying to fulfill with the social workers.
The leadership in regards to our conversations has not changed.
No, there's a new leadership at UVI.
Yeah, but the conversations we're having is with individuals that is in the social worker realm, and those individuals has been there for a while.
Understood. I just want to make sure there is continuity and to make sure that whatever you started with Dr. Hall or whoever started with Dr. Hall continues. Hence why I asked that question. And I see that there's a vacancy for a Head Start Health Manager. That's in the district of St. Croix or St. Thomas?
St. Thomas.
Okay. So in the interim, do you have somebody dealing with that, or is it just a void? You have somebody in the interim, or is there a void?
It's a void.
Okay. And for which Health Start is that specifically for? Or is it for all the Head Starts?
It's for all Head Starts, not one particular Head Start, all Head Starts.
1 minute.
Okay, understood. Hopefully we get that situated. And then I see you have the $1.5 million for the Energy Crisis Assistance Program. For year to date, how much have you been able to expend from that, or is this for the next fiscal year?
Lydia McGrath, CFO,
30 seconds.
We've spent $227,000. It's a $500,000 appropriation. Half of it was released, and we've spent $227,000 of that. The rest is encumbered.
Okay, and with that amount that you mentioned, the 200-something thousand, how many individuals were able to benefit from that, the utilization of those funds?
We'll have to get that number for you, Senator.
Okay, no problem. All right, moving right along. Village Partners in Recovery. I see that there's, on page 7 of the post-audit report, for $750,000, and then there's a crisis intervention fund for $750,000. If you can just break down to us what exactly will be done with those funds, and is there an assessment or report that this committee can be able to review to see how we're utilizing those funds?
Senator, we're in the process of onboarding a nonprofit director, which will be able to conduct audits and meet with these nonprofits to see what the funds have been has been allotted, has been used for. So that is somebody we're onboarding shortly that will be able to go through with the nonprofits and make sure that the money that we're providing them is being used for that direct purpose.
Thank you. My time was called. I do not want to abuse it. I just hope and pray that we get those generators for the senior homes, and that your team continue to work with you, because I know you mean well for this territory. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. A pleasant good morning to the Department of Human Services, Commissioner George, and all of your distinguished professional colleagues. Give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings. I'm over here on the Big Island today. We have a couple items. Commissioner George, excellent presentation. I rate you a A+. And I want to, quickly talk about, the bundle one that you have, the super project management organization, where you're going to have Herbert Grigg, Wang Louis, and the Donna Christensen Medical Center. That's perfect. The Northampton relocation, and the borders, you're working on all of these things that are major issues, right? Your staffing needs, I'm going to go back to that as my second question, but I wanted to just talk about Heaven's Home. Also, your spending plan. Those two items I want to discuss, right? So, with the spending plan, is there any funds that are in danger of being returned in this fiscal year? And what are the plans with that? And then also I want to ask you about the Heaven's Home. I'm getting comments, actually inundated. And also Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Blyden and I have discussed this. Those employees have not been paid. They're saying that Human Services owes them over $300,000. So what's the status with the spending plan? Are any funds in danger of going back? And also the status of payment to Heavenly Home. And if it's a situation where you suspect fraud, just say it's fraud and then you don't need to answer it. But I need to know. Thank you.
Which one you want to answer? The spending plan?
Lydia McGrath, CFO. Relative to our federal dollars, while we said earlier that we have approximately $250,000 that may be in jeopardy, we are working on a cost allocation plan. So if we can get that executed, then we may not lose any money. But we have some funds in jeopardy because we don't have the cost allocation plan in place.
And Heavenly Home, what about Heavenly Home?
Janelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. In regards to Heavenly Homes, we made payments as recently as last week Friday. Our Medicaid cycles do take, are run on average every 3 to 4 weeks, based on the availability of cash. However, Heavenly Homes, the challenge has been that I think they're expecting reimbursement on a shorter time frame. And so that's a conversation that we've been having with them and with the employees, that they are being paid as soon as they are able to be paid through the Medicaid cycle, and it's usually within 30 days.
Well, somehow there's a disconnect. Commissioner, I'm going to need to sit down with you on that separately, as a chairman of the Health Hospital and Human Services. Okay, so I want to go now to
1 minute.
Your staff. You're saying that you need increased funding to support the hiring of additional personnel. And also, Commissioner, while I want to caution you on one thing, right? Your finances, right? I noticed you still kept the same financial staff more or less, right? But, this is your first year. This is your indoctrination year, right? After this, right, that finances thing can come back and bite you, and I want to see you succeed.
30
because
seconds.
I know top notch. So make sure you give the close attention to the outstanding payables, because all of the agencies and subcontractors and stuff, they need to get paid on time because, they call the senator. So the staffing increase, is there any way that you can combine those positions that are not hired and work with the union to offer a higher salary so that you can attract more staff? What is the plan that you want to implement to increase your staffing?
Time.
The plan to increase staffing is to get the funding. We don't have a problem finding individuals in our community that is looking employment that needs work. That's not a question. The question is being able to afford to pay them. And based on this, most of these positions are unionized. Salary negotiation that will require union negotiation. So salary increase is not a question. It's just getting the funding to even bring them on board.
Madam Chair, can I just be allowed to finish up that line of questioning?
Sure, Senator.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. So, but my question, Commissioner, was specifically if you, for example, say you have 10 vacancies in your department, and you have to fill your 2 positions that are critical. Can you look at working with the union to increase those 2 positions, classifications, so that you can get them filled? Because what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to fill all the positions. You're not going to be able to do that, not in this fiscal year, but you need those critical positions filled. Work to get those critical positions filled by utilizing your available resources. Thank you, Madam Chair, for being so kind with the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, DHS team. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, you have 651 active employees, 15 divisions, 84 programs. When I voted for you, I know you could do this job, and I have faith, I have confidence in you that whatever challenges that you are facing, that you would get all hands on board to affect change. One of my questions I want to ask, Senator Fonseca kind of touched on it, on your federal grants, have you had to request any extensions on any of these grants?
Yes, we have, and I'll let CFO McGrath expound on that question.
Lydia McGrath, CFO. We have asked for extensions on the COVID and ARPA funding.
COVID and ARPA funding. And what are your deadlines? What are your new dates of request for extensions?
September of 2025.
And you're on target with those grants?
Yes, ma'am.
With that? Okay. Let's talk about internal audits. I only am familiar with internal audits for the Division of Medicaid, so let's start with that. Have you been getting any findings on internal audits for Medicaid? And how, and if so, how are you working to deal with those?
Lydia McGrath, CFO. Internal audit, the audits for Medicaid are done through our A133 single audit. And we do have some findings that we are working to resolve.
Are you working closely with CMS to make sure that these audits, like I could just make some examples, like I remember DHS was being audited and had findings because you didn't have a Medicaid fraud unit. That's implemented. I'm just trying to say that some of your audits, are they impacting the overall deficit that you have of $1.3 million? You know, it's very important that if these programs, if they're being audited, that these audits being taken seriously, because, you know, it's impacting the services of our residents. I say I ain't gonna get emotional today with Medicaid, but Commissioner, I know that you have a lot of challenges, and I just want to just say that Medicaid, work closely with CMS and work on a lot of those audit findings, and you would see a big difference. I wanted to ask, pharmaceutical assistance program, are the vendors being paid?
1 minute.
Lydia McGrath, CFO, yes, the vendors are being paid. We do have some contract issues, but we're working on resolving those. Thus far, for fiscal year 2024, we've expended $1.2 million, $1,283,811.06 to be exact.
Thank you. Action Tech on your professional services contract, it says they provide text alert to Medicaid providers. Can you expound on that?
Danelle Baptiste,
30 seconds.
Assistant Commissioner. Yes, they provide text alerts to our members. So in terms of any reminders, any updates that we need to send out, you know, reminding individuals to bring in their information so that they can be recertified with the recent changes that we've had. So any type of updates that we need to send out to our members, we do that through our Action Tech contract.
Lastly, the maintenance and operations integration of Medicaid, the food stamp assistance program, is there any continued initiative to do that integrated system? How much are you planning? If so, how much are you planning to spend for this fiscal year coming up on this integration?
Time.
Yes, we are still looking at opportunities to, in terms of our systems for Medicaid and SNAP. At this time, we are not moving forward with an integrated eligibility system. We're working with our federal partners to determine paths for both SNAP and Medicaid, although Medicaid has already went live on the VIBE system, as everyone knows. So we are in those conversations and figuring out how we're moving forward. And at this time, we're looking to do an integrated application system. And so we are developing the requirements and going through that process at this time.
I would just like to close by saying the Medicaid and food stamp program spent millions of dollars with this, and I'm praying that, and nothing happened. That's the sad part about it. Nothing really happened. And don't get in this again where we're giving all these big contracts to these people that are not local, and they come, they get all the millions of dollars, and we don't have anything. So, Commissioner, I have so much faith in you, and I pray and I ask that you look at some of these things that are impacting a major program, Medicaid, and we don't fall in that same rut again where we pay millions of dollars and we don't get anything. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Senator Cape Hart. The senior citizen buses, what's the status of them?
In regards to Senator,
I understand that the buses, some of them have been down for a minute now.
we
Are
have
you
been
aware?
repairing those buses that are down. We have been repairing them. Fortunately, the vendor that for one of the buses that we bought is no longer in business, so we have been looking at other avenues to make that work. I'll pass it over to DC Georgia so he can speak on that.
Yeah, let's get clarification on, because I understand that the buses have been down for over a year.
Good morning, I'm Sean Georges. They're not down, they have several issues, mechanical issues, and because the vendor is no longer there, we had to be real unique with how we're repairing them. We did find a vendor who is willing to assist us. So again, they have been working with us. The buses do run, but we have to be careful about them because, again, we can't get parts for them anymore now that this vendor is no longer active.
So the buses are operable?
Yes, they are. There's minor challenges like the doors and repairing the AC. So we are, like I said, they all are running. There's 2 on St. Thomas and 1 in St. John.
So they're on the road, so there's some concerns with regards to the safety. Do you have those types of concerns?
It's not safety, but like I said, there's minor stuff like the AC and the doors. Then not the brakes, we can still fix the brakes, we can still change the oils. So the safety of the vehicles are not the concern. It's just the minor inconveniences that we have to try to address.
So you have some minor inconveniences.
Yes.
All right. I did receive that as a concern, though. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 5 minutes. Well, before I recognize you, Senator DeGraff, let me take this opportunity to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You may proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner, you know, when I saw your testimony, I like that big picture they have of you and your staff around you. Because to get through this, you're going to need them. You know, that's the number one. For me, that's why I like to start. Okay, I see in the 25 budget, you have $45,000 for the centenarians. You have 24 centenarians. 5,000 each, that's 120. We don't know if they're going to make it to the next budget cycle, so we got to look at 120 so they could get their money. How many of that 24 have received their monies?
Lydia McGrath, CFO, we've paid 3 for this fiscal year, and we had to go back and pay the $1,000 that from the original bill. There was the $1,000 we were holding for funeral expenses. So we've paid 6 of those. We have 3 on back pay at the Department of Finance.
Okay, so I think we need to look into budgeting them for the 25 budget one time because we don't know how much more years they have and they're paid, you know, their price of living that long. And so we're going to look into that. Your personnel, what is the ask for your personnel for the 25 budget? 19,929,312 or 19,996,784? Which is it?
19,929,312.
Okay, 19,929,000, and your fringe is calculated at 50%. Fringe is high.
Approximately 48%.
Approximately 48%.
Well, what is your fringe? Your fringe number is 9,904,702.
9,904,702.
Yeah, 50%.
50%.
50%, not 48. Okay,
Yeah.
so fringe is high based on. Okay, so you're saying you say you have 72 vacancies.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We have 5 vacancies for the 72 total, but it's only 5 vacancies on the general fund. The others are federally funded position that requires a match.
Oh, okay. Because that was one of my questions. Can you put more of your vacancies over on your federal funds?
No.
No, the federal funds are maxed out.
Federal funds are maxed out.
Okay. Because I was saying your total overall really is just 5, because you had 35 people that separated, retired or resigned. And when you fill those positions, you fill in those positions on the federal side or on the...
Those 5 positions are general fund positions, not on the federal side.
No, the 5 general fund, but you say you had 35 resignations or retirements.
Yeah, and soon as they come in, as soon as they leave,
Right, but what are they
hire.
on, general fund or federal?
both. Most
are
on general.
Most on general fund. Right, so that's what I'm saying. So you do have more vacancies than 5 on general fund. Because
As
you just lost
individuals
35.
retire and resign, we fill those positions. So it's a revolving door. So even though we say we have people that retire and resign, those positions are filled as soon as individuals leave. We don't keep the vacancy on the list.
So you have 63 vacancies that are federally funded.
That's correct.
Good, I got it. Okay.
1 minute.
Now, for your personnel, did your personnel receive wage increases in 24?
Mr. Trotman.
Morning, Senator.
Morning,
Senator.
The mic for the testifier. Yeah.
Good morning, Senator. Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, HR, Labor Relations. Yes, one bargaining union did receive step increases for FY24.
Okay, any
30
retro?
seconds.
Any retro payments?
The retro payments were made for those, and there is approximately about 36 that are still waiting those increases for this fiscal year.
36 people still waiting increases?
Yes.
So plus retro?
Correct.
Wow, 36. Okay, and what bargaining unit is that?
United Steelworkers, Master.
Okay, and oh man, yeah, so that one is rough. Now, your GS employees, are your GS employees, your 6, are they current from their last wage increases?
That is correct. Yes.
Any retros owed to them?
No retro is owed to them.
Okay, and they are budgeted for the 25 budget?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, and just one more in closing, if I may, Madam Chair. Okay, so for the Queen Louise home, there is monies to rebuild it. Correct?
Queen Louise home is a rebuild, yeah.
Okay, it's for a full rebuild. And then you're saying that you have maintenance issue that you pay for now. What are those funds out of? 'Cause you have money for total rebuild, and then you have funds for repairs also?
Janelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. So for Queen Louise, we have a full permanent replacement, and we will be building a new facility, but we also have a temporary project to do temporary repairs on the current facility.
How much money are those funds for the temporary repairs?
For the temporary repairs, I think it's about 1 point something million. Almost $2 million. I can get that number for you. But for the actual new Queen Louise, that's $72 million.
Okay. So the actual rebill is 72 million, plus you have 2 million for maintenance and stuff. Okay. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Yeah, we answer.
You found it?
Yes, it's $1.1 million for temporary repairs to Queen Louise.
And that funding is coming from where?
This is FEMA PA.
So this is FEMA PA, and what's the status?
For the temporary repairs, we put that project out to bid. We have selected the contractor. They have not been notified yet, but we are starting the contract.
And where's the project located?
So this is in place at Queen Louise, near the Newhampton complex, on Hospital Ground. And we will be building our new facility on new land that we've purchased near the hospital.
Okay. So you have 5 general fund vacancies, correct?
Yes.
Is it 5 general fund vacancies in fiscal year 25, or it's what has been budgeted in fiscal year 25?
What has been budgeted in fiscal year 25?
How many vacancies do you, general fund vacancies do you have in fiscal year 24?
Actually, we wiped out all our allotment that was given, so we don't have any funding for vacancies.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I didn't ask you, I wasn't referencing funding.
If you ask how much vacancy, how much we have?
When you submitted your budget.
Yeah, it was about 35, sorry. It was 35 vacancies in FY 24.
So you had 35 vacancies in FY 24. And of those 35, you were not able to fill any of them? How much did you fill in this fiscal year?
Good morning, Senator. Michael Trapman, Human Resources, Labor Relations. For fiscal year 24, we've hired, based on those 34 vacancies, we've hired about 17 people. So we've cut that number in half.
Give me the skinny. So how many vacancies do you have left over from fiscal year?
17.
17.
Right.
So you have 17 vacancies.
For
But I
FY 24.
continue to hear. So is it that the 1.6 million, $7 million only was able to cover 17 vacancies?
Well, the 1.6 million that was afforded to us, unfortunately, at the end of fiscal year 2023, those persons that were onboarded, let's say in August and September, were not right-sided before the budget was passed. So once the fiscal year opened, those employees ate up into that lump sum budget. So by the time the actual fiscal year started, I think we had something like $800,000.
So, because we're trying to get you back to a place where you can operate a little more effectively. So you brought on 17 positions, but in fiscal year 2023, when the budget was presented, consideration wasn't given for those positions you were onboarding.
That is correct.
And what is the total of those positions you were onboarding at that time?
The number or the salary
We're going to need a number.
Okay.
And we're going to need the amount of positions, and we're going to need the associated costs that's tied to the fringe benefits. So we want to know, what is it that you were unable to, that you filled in 23 that caused you a challenge in 24 because of the budget numbers?
Gotcha. I'll
That
get
make
that
sense?
to you, Senator.
All right. And then there's a question. Okay, so I have 2 points of information. One from Senator Fonseca and one from Senator DeGraff. But I want to go back to your, to your salary increases for 24. So the salary increases, that was the number I asked about when I said I couldn't remember. Do we have that number? Do we have what was the associated costs of the salary increases for fiscal year 24, inclusive of personnel and fringe numbers?
Senator, we'll have to get back to you with that number.
Ms. George, I ain't like that one, because that's part of this discussion. We have to know how much salary increases we paid out. I don't need to know your retro numbers. Did you pay retro?
Yes, we did.
So where did you get the funding to pay the retro? Was that a release?
That was released from OMB.
So I need to know how much the salary increases, what's the dollar amount on the salary increases inclusive of personnel and fringe? Not the full position, but the salary increase amount. That's the only way we're going to be able to come back to a reasonable amount on this budget. Y'all have to give us something to work with. Okay?
Okay.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam. Through the chair, I ask that the Human Service Department provide a list of all the outstanding payments, a list of all the outstanding contractor payments, and the list shall indicate the total days due to each contractor. Through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. That's it? Senator Fonseca? Okay.
Yes, that's it.
You all got that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See, what threw me off again is in the commissioner's testimony, you have 72 vacancies, 41 new hires, and 35 resignations or retirements. That's what needs to coincide. So where does 17 come from? Out of the 72 vacancies, 63 are federal, 5 are local. 41 new hires on what side? Federal or local? It sounds like that's on the federal side. The local side, 41 new hires?
The Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources, Labor Relations. The 41 hires was a combination of both federal and general fund positions. Of those 41, 17 of those positions, based on the chairman's ask, was 17 filled. 17 positions were filled on the general fund side. Yes.
Okay, but and then you still have 35 resignations and retirements. So that's still a number that you have.
Correct. Those
Right.
were year to date. Those were the people that separated from the agency. But based on the chairman's ask, the 17 positions that were listed as 35 were filled in this fiscal year. So in an essence, we still have 17 vacancies to fill for the remainder of fiscal year 2024.
The old vacancies.
That's what you asked.
Okay, that's what it is.
That's what the chairman asked. Correct. But for what you're seeing in the post-audit report is for fiscal year 2025.
Right.
We were mandated by OMB to have only 5 general fund vacancies, and those federal fund vacancies are carryover for 25.
But you have to compensate for the 35, because the 35 are part of your total personnel that you lost in 24. Going forward, you have to compensate for them and the 17 that.
It's
Madam
not
Chair
in
is
addition.
asking.
The 17 is included in that 35. So I don't want to think it's 35 plus 17. It's the 17 is in that 35.
Okay, I got you. All right. Thank you.
So how many separations did you have in this fiscal year?
Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources and Labor Relations. Year to date, as of the end of June 2024, we had 35 separations.
You had 35?
Yes.
Right? And you were able to bring on 17?
Yes.
Give or take? Wait, but no. Let's break it down. We got to go a little further. Because the assumption that we're making, which is not a correct assumption, is that all of them were local funded positions. So you got to break it down for us because we're dealing with our local dollars.
Right.
So how many locally funded positions were separated in fiscal year 24?
I'll have to get back to you. I don't have the actual number.
Okay, so we have to start managing federal and local, because I'm trying to come back to why y'all are saying that you don't have any money in your personnel category. The only justification for that is if you say that all the positions that left separated in 24 were or are federally funded positions.
Can I provide?
Deputy Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, you could proceed.
Danelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. So to provide some additional clarity to what DC Trotman was explaining, when we submitted our budget requests back in FY23, we received a cut for our personnel and fringe. Once the budget was passed, we received a lump sum budget that was less than the number of vacancies that we submitted. So at that point, it was hard for us to track what vacancies we had because it was an across-the-top cut of our personnel and fringe line item. Once we started the new fiscal year, because none of the individuals that we hired in 23, between the time that the budget was submitted to when it was passed and the new fiscal year started, all those individuals that were hired, which was really between, anywhere between March, April, through September, they then had to be incorporated into our budget, and that's where half of our vacancy lump sum, we lost that.
So those positions were not, those individuals rather, were not hired by September 30th of 2023.
They were hired, but for some reason were not incorporated into that final personnel list that.
Okay. So what we're going to need to get from you
reflected.
to resolve this, so we could make sure that we don't go down this road again, is we need to get an updated personnel listing from the Department of Human Services of your filled positions and your priority vacancies, or your vacancies in order of priority. I think that's a better way to say it. And then we could figure that out. Because I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that once you got the $1.2 million or the $1.6 million or whatever it was, then, that was for you to decide what your vacant priorities were. Correct. So it doesn't mean that your vacancies went away. It just means you needed to determine what vacancies you will fund in this fiscal year. That's it, but it don't mean that your vacancies are not important. You just decide the importance of them. But it sounds to me like it looks, because we've seen in numbers, in fiscal year 25, the recommendation says that those locally funded vacancies, those vacancies are now reduced to 5. So we need to see the comparison between the two of them to get a clear understanding of what the challenge is, because it sounds like you have a huge challenge with getting people to do this work in the Department of Human Services. And a lot of your work is not work where people sit in offices. You're doing outreach work. So we need to have these positions filled. Okay, so we're going to try to figure this out. But in order to do this, we're going to need to get information to do it. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning again. Commissioner, this is so hard for me, but nevertheless, you still have my 101% support. This is a team effort. And I need the team to understand that it's a team effort. What's the price tag of your lowest paid director? Maybe HR could answer. Approximately, what's the lowest price tag of your directors or assistant directors?
Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources, Labor Relations. Senator, before I respond, I would need some clarity. Are you referring to a director, assistant director classified, or director, assistant director exempt?
Because look, we don't play word game, okay? Just tell me the lowest paid director. I don't care whether classified or unclassified. We know the unclassified ones making way more money than those classified. Just tell me the lowest paid one, approximately.
I would say the approximate lowest paid assistant director salary is probably $47,000 or $48,000. I'm not 100% sure, but that's like best guesstimation.
Well, get sure for me while we're here before you all leave, so you got time to research.
Okay.
And I ask this because the people of the Virgin Islands hold us responsible, hold us accountable as this legislative body. The governor is to hold his cabinet members accountable. And I expect that the cabinet level individuals will hold their team accountable as well. Some of the things that's being reported to us, and not just in human services, throughout this government, really, really gets up under my skin. Because people just sitting down on the backside and seem not to be moving things along. I continue to say that this government don't have a money problem, but we have a money management problem. And it is so evident every time an agency comes here. And the reason why I'm so peeved this morning is because of going back to Hobart Greg again. All of us getting up there in age, and some of us still have our parents around. God bless them. We have a responsibility that we need to take care of Hobart Greg and Queen Louise, etc. There's no reason I should be seeing that Hobart Greg home is in such desperate need of repairs and no temporary projects for disaster recovery to assist with these repairs. In 2022, for the budget hearing, we were told that Hobart Greg, for the age, was awarded contract for completion of the dining room repairs, roof repairs, and slated to begin at the end of July 2021 for the final completion in November 2021. Just by a yes or a no, are we utilizing the dining room at Hobart Greg and St. Croix yet?
1 minute.
Yes.
Yes? Who utilizing it? You or the residents?
The residents.
Okay. They also spoke about the permanent completion, the repairs, which was estimated around $4 million, not including the state-of-the-art nursing facility. A completion date of December 2024 was stated. The budget hearing, again, 2023, said DHS is moving forward with the plans for extensive reconstruction and new construction of a 60-bed skilled nursing center and nursing home.
30 seconds.
In these seconds, may I ask, Madam Chair, at the current Hobart Greg for the age and plans for new construction of another 60-bed skilled nursing facility and nursing home to replace the current Queen Louise for the age on St. Thomas. Completion for these facilities will likely not be completed until late 2024 into early 2025. Anything building yet? Yes or no?
No.
Exactly. So we ain't going to see this either. Today we're saying that Node Hansen complex will be demolished, so the department will be relocating its operations until the new facility is completed. What are the deadlines or the milestone for this start to completion?
Time.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
So we are in the process of working on our leases. So we are locating spaces that can accommodate our operations. As we mentioned, as the commissioner mentioned in the testimony, we are prioritizing trying to keep our locations co-located for the ease of our client population. We have identified 2 spaces, and we are working with DPP right now, are in negotiations with those landlords to execute those leases. Once those leases are executed, we do have some build-out that has to occur. We also have to look at outfitting those spaces with the necessary furniture and equipment that's needed. And so all of those things are being put in place in order to get us into those spaces.
I have so many more, but I can't go on. Commissioner, BR 230903, we will be discussing, like our libraries under the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, not getting the attention it needs. I don't believe that our nursing homes are properly placed under the Department of Human Services. We're talking about a skilled nursing center with medical needs, and I do believe that it should be under the Department of Health. We're going to have this discussion again regarding this bill, and I'm going to push forward hard on it because I need for us to pay attention to our seniors. Hobart Gregg Home is a skilled nursing home. It is not a adult daycare center. And so it needs to be rightfully placed. Hopefully we could have this discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. So I'm looking at the post-audit report, and I think I touched on it earlier, but I didn't complete my thought. So the centennial funding under the miscellaneous section of the 25 budget is zeroed out, and the energy crisis program is for 500,000 is also zeroed out. Do you have that? Are you seeing that in your? That's what I'm reading in the post-audit report. Because when I look at the miscellaneous section, I am not seeing those. What's your miscellaneous amount for fiscal year 25?
Lydia McGrath, CFO, 625,000. I think what may have happened with post-audit is they may have picked it up in the other services category.
Wait. Your miscellaneous section for FY25 is 600 and something. Say that again?
625,000. It's 500,000 for energy crisis, 45,000 for centenarians, 40,000 for Eagle's Nest, and 40,000 for mission outreach.
Okay, but you have another section. You have $3.1 million for the Village Partners in Recovery, Hearts and Service, Women's Resource Center, Victim United. I could go on and on and on.
Those are the nonprofits that fall under the general nonprofit section of the.
Okay, so those fall under the miscellaneous. So those are 3.1. But your miscellaneous proper is how much you said? Give me that number again.
625.
625 even?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Post Auditor, I need for you to find that in the budget book so I could get a clearer understanding of this, because I'm a little. I don't know if what we're seeing in the post audit report. Do you believe that it's rolled up into the? That's what you said, into the 34,754?
Into the other services section. When we entered the information into the Open Gov module, that's where we're required to put it.
Okay. So do you have the, oh no, you said you didn't have that information. You didn't have the, what the impact is on the 3.1 reduction? You said you didn't have that.
No,
You're
we will
gonna get back
provide
to us
that.
on that.
Yes.
All right, Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the territory, testifiers. I am listening to this conversation, and I'm a little bit taken back because when I was looking at the testimony initially and I saw that it was presented at a 7% reduction overall for human services, that was my first alarm, because I think we need to be putting more money into human services, not reducing it. I see as a government, we waste a lot of money. That's just my personal opinion. And I think until we get serious about really going through this government and cutting the fat and really shifting monies into agencies where they need to go, we're going to be having these type of conversations. And, you know, as I sat here a little frustrated, I'm questioning if I'm sitting in the right position, because I'm trying my hardest to see how I could help this territory, but it keeps boiling down to who controls the money. Because when I'm hearing conversations that we need a generator and the monies is allotted and you got half of it, who runs a business like that? I mean, common sense to me would have told them that you shift around monies based on priority. So if you didn't want to give out X amount for one section, you would give the whole 87 to purchase the generator now and make adjustments later on, maybe in a different category. Because you have to learn what priority is to benefit the people of this territory. And that's not something I'm seeing. I want to talk a little bit about how much money is usually put out to individuals that take care of foster care children. What's the average amount that's put out for foster care? If you're, say, one child example, I could multiply it after that.
Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. If you're referencing the monthly maintenance fee,
yes,
it's $500 for basic foster care for a child.
Okay, about $500.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And when it comes to these children in foster care, do they have routine checkups? Is that absorbed by this government? Because I'm trying to see how much money is really being spent through human services for different things.
Children who come into care automatically qualify for Medicaid.
Yes.
And the foster care maintenance fees are supposed to assist with everything.
And then we've been
else.
having problems with getting Medicaid. So it's almost like a moot conversation in certain areas. When it comes to dealing with assisting and spending money, because as much as I want to make sure that our people are okay, I have to make sure I'm also concerned about the employees that provide services to the public. And I saw we talked about construction and repairing. How is that looking in regards to dealing with keeping up the building and the environment that the employees are in? Because I know sometimes even as a legislature, we shift around monies to do repairs and stuff like that. Where are you guys between all three islands in the locations that you have, and how the buildings and the locations are to make sure the employees are okay to do their jobs?
Commissioner Avril George, we do have facility challenges. We're actually, as a team, been looking for facilities that is conducive and safe working environment for our employees. We do routine maintenance. Some of them are outside of our control, where we have to go outside and get contractors that our maintenance team is not able to control. We are looking at staffing up our in-house maintenance to take care of some of those challenges we're facing. One of the things, I'm glad you asked that We had that conversation the other day in regards to when I was doing a wellness check on my employees. Who thinks about the employees? Who think about their well-being in regards to balancing the work life and the personal life? When we have employees that has to take children away from parents, deal with the elderly, senior abuse, and different areas in regards to our services, it impacts our employee. So periodic wellness check is needed on the team to make sure that our employees are in a safe place and can perform their duties well.
Well, I've gotten phone calls about sometimes situations with mold, air quality assurance. How do you handle stuff like that? And for example, I know sometimes as a legislature, like I said, we move around monies. I remember one time we had shifted some monies for the St. John location, I think some $100,000. Did you guys ever get that? Because sometimes I get scared to ask questions because not the questions per se, but to even find out if you're getting some monies because when I hear some of the answers, I'm a little taken back.
Oh, you want to answer about St. John?
Yeah. Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you for asking about that 100,000. I actually was investigating it. We were in the process of bringing back the multipurpose center to a standard that we can do upfront and walk-in service, which we are hoping to complete for the next month
did
coming.
You get it?
I haven't seen the information to know if it was spent or not. This was a little before me, but that would
Well, I
help.
remember because I was a member of the legislature when we passed it, 2021, I believe. And I just tossed that out as an example of us making the effort to do things.
It was
but-
brought to my attention that was done. I don't know if it was available until expended.
No.
Those are like areas I was trying to research to find out because we could use that to do what Commissioner George put us forward to get back to walk-up service in St. John, which we are hoping to do by the end of this month.
I think the more I listen to a lot of these agencies and even yourself, I think we as a legislature might have to revisit the type of authority OMB has.
30
because
seconds.
I'm getting a little frustrated when we as a body execute something and then I have to sit here and hear, well, maybe we might have gotten it. It's a little frustrating. I don't understand.
We didn't.
You didn't?
No, the
Go
money
ahead.
was not received by
You
DHS.
never got it. Okay. Well, thank you for putting that on the record. So we might actually have to investigate these things because for the body that controls the purse strings, if something is happening on the OMB side or finance side, we need to know.
Time.
Because when we're thinking that we resolve issues by allotting these monies and allocate, it's a problem because the public comes back to us and saying the legislature isn't doing anything. And we're scratching our heads and saying, but we gave the money. But then by the time it goes through the process through the executive branch, y'all might have never seen it and we have no clue. So how do these things get resolved? And I think that is where a lot of these problems and disconnect lies. But I heard my time is up. So I'm not sure if we're having a second round, but thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a through the chair request, but before I give the through the chair request, I got a response earlier with regards to the dining room at Hobart Gregg, that it is in use by the residents. I asked if by the residents clearly. The executive team, have you all been to Hobart Gregg lately?
Yes, Senator, I have been to Hobart Gregg.
Okay.
And we have had functions in that same dining room where residents were and participated in the function.
Commissioner, don't do like the others. Don't get ahead of me.
Go ahead.
Because I ain't talking about functions in there. I'm talking about the residents being able to utilize that dining room. And I am told that the residents are still being fed in their rooms, not in the dining room. Please clarify your statement. My line of questioning is never to embarrass an agency. But when you get here, I expect to get the unvarnished truth. So please clarify the response.
Senator, the dining room is available for use. It has been renovated. There were issues with the roof. Those renovations and repairs have occurred. As the commissioner mentioned, the dining room is in use. The staff may choose to feed the residents in their rooms and
Okay, stop for me. What's your all directives? Because the residents ain't using the dining room.
It's not for the
So what are you guys' instructions?
The dining room, Senator, the dining room is for use. If it's being, then we'll review it, we'll research it and get back to you. But we know the dining room is available for use.
Through the chair request is, can you provide the chair and this committee with an update of the status of your grant funding, please, especially the ones that you indicated that we're in jeopardy of losing.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Does the dining room have the necessary furniture?
Yes, it does, Senator.
So it's upfitted?
Yes, it is.
All right. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, in regards to the summer EBT, I know you spoke about that and the timeline of September for the issuance. I wanted to know, is there any opportunity for us to shave off some of that time? Obviously, this is summer EBT, and individuals are concerned that the summer will be over by the time they receive it. Is there an opportunity to shave off some weeks or days or whatever, and that could be issued before September?
This is the first time that the territory is receiving summer EBT. Our systems are not set up to deal with this kind of funding that we're receiving, so there's some work to be done, as well as an approval process that goes through the federal guidelines, and we're getting approved on every step. It's not DHS refusing to issue it in a timely manner. It's the process we have to go through to make sure we have the system available to release these funds before we even get the funding. So it's a work in progress. If we can speed it up as we go through the approval process and the implementation of these systems, we will.
Thank you. That's all we ask, I guess. Based on the conversation or the information coming in, people would like to see it before September. So if that's possible, then so be it.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. What does your Senior Citizens Affairs Office do?
Where is that?
What is their responsibility?
The Senior Citizens Affairs runs our senior centers as well as our homemaker programs, all the programs that exist in regards to senior care, as well as help manages the homes like Herbert Gregg and Queen Louise Home.
And I'm understanding
and adult protective services.
And I'm understanding that they're currently working from home in this district. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Why?
Go ahead.
Donald Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. We currently have some issues with the facility where the Senior Citizen Affairs staff is located. And so we've had to relocate them, allow them to work from home temporarily who can, due to that, until we get those repairs.
So if you have a walk-in, how are they serviced?
So we are collecting their information, and we do have someone at times that greets individuals that come, but we do get their information and then they're followed up with in terms of what service they need.
So I'm a senior citizen and I come to get my ID. I leave my house, put on my clothes, it's a struggle. I want to get up there. What are you telling me?
So we did try to make the public aware that the facility is closed and that they can get an appointment, because we do have the staff come in and provide those senior IDs to those individuals by appointments.
When is the facility going to reopen? When are the employees going to return?
We have Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner Operations. We have the vendor here to address the leaking in that area, which will then address the problem. So within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
So you're talking another 3 weeks, so that's 6 weeks? 6 weeks that the unit will be shut down?
Yes, because following that, we still have to do remediation to ensure that the air quality is up to par.
How many employees you talking about?
It's approximately 10 employees.
And there's no way that they can fit into other offices within the department? Especially those that are providing a very much needed service like taking the IDs. People should not have to wait for the ID. You think about it. Your ID expire. You trying to get a service. You can't get a service because Human Services telling you the ID's office closed. You got to make an appointment. That does not work.
So the reality of the situation, Senator, we have had to do this before with that unit, and we did exactly what you just mentioned in terms of relocating them throughout the building and other spaces. Honestly, our facility is a failing facility. There are not much unusable spaces that we have currently, and quite honestly, we did not expect that these repairs or this remediation would take so long to complete. It is a process to move all of the equipment and everything that's needed and find a space that's accommodating. But it is something that we are looking to do.
Yeah, the last thing you want is people coming to get service and then they turn back. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I mean, just think about yourself. When you set out on a mission and then, they tell you the office is open from 8 to 5 and you get there and the service is not being provided, it's just frustrating people. Have you all done an evaluation on your Meals on Wheels program?
Yes, we have. And that's why we were able to reduce the waiting list, because we went through the waiting list as well as we onboarded some new contractors in regards to the catering of the food for the...
Okay, so have you conducted a survey with the individuals who's being served the meals to determine whether or not they are satisfied with the food? We want to make sure that the food
Not
that's
since
being...
I've been on board, Senator.
Has it ever been done?
We do informal checks, and our senior population is very vocal, and so they do provide feedback to the staff. So we have been receiving feedback from the individuals as it pertains to food.
Good. What is saying? My mother is 91, so what is saying?
I think we have various feedback from different individuals because they have different needs, number one, and we also have multiple providers. So once they provide us with that feedback, we usually go to our caterers, our contractors, and have those conversations with them.
Yeah, y'all need to, do y'all do taste tests?
Yes, we do. When we select our vendors, we do. That is part of the process.
No, not in the selection process. No.
Random taste.
Not in the selection process. I'm talking about random checks. It needs to happen. There must be a opportunity for random tests. I'm telling y'all, a lot of the food going in the trash. I'm telling you. And we spending lots of money for it. Colleagues, we're gonna. It's 12:03, and we need to wrap up. But I know that senators have additional questions. Let me check the public defender. Okay. The amount of texts and inbox messages that I am getting. Oh, my Lord. I can't respond to all of them. So, Commissioner, what we're going to need to get from you is an updated listing, like I said earlier, of your personal and fringe, your other services and charges category, which, based on what is in front of us, has been reduced 3.1 million. We need to get what are your other services and charges amounts that is required to effectively run the Department of Human Services. you shared with us that some of your grants have a matching requirement. What is that match amount? Does it vary, or it's a hard number?
It varies.
Percentage?
The percentage varies, Senator.
From?
We can go 25% match, you can go up to 50% match.
Okay, so when you present your budget, we don't see that. We don't see your information presented in that manner. So let me just ask you. I'm trying to find a position that is a federal funded position.
Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources
give me
and Labor
one.
Relations. Eligibility Specialist.
Okay, so an eligibility specialist is funded how? What percentage?
It's funded both federally and general fund.
Percentage?
Percentage-wise, it's 50-50 match.
So half. But when we look at your budget, it doesn't give us the. I'm trying to see.
We work it with them,
Yeah. It don't provide us with your match. It just says the straight salary, so we don't know your eligibility specialist. 35 fringe, total expense around that position 53, but it doesn't say 50. It doesn't give us the match. This needs to be broken down where we are able to get it clear what the match is for those federal programs, so we could determine what your true need is. Because based on how the budget has been presented, and I guess that's why last year, because of how we did the budget, that became a challenge for you, because we don't have the actual breakout of your match for each of those positions. So that doesn't help us to help you. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so colleagues, we're going to go to a 2-minute round. 2 minutes. And we have to stick to the 2 minutes because we want to bring on the other department, as we have a matter that we need to address at around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, so Senator Blyden, you recognize your 3 minutes. Two. Those.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just ask 2 quick questions. Commissioner George, since you onboarded as commissioner, was confirmed. In respect to the morale of the department, what would you say? The morale is at right down between a number of 1 to 10?
That's hard to give you. I think it varies among divisions, among the different divisions. So it's a work in progress, and I'm trying to move the needle. I can't give you a percentage.
Okay, very well. Well, let me ask you one more question. In respect to the Medicaid program, when it comes to those individuals and getting prescriptions, medication, etc., and also when they travel to Puerto Rico in terms of places for them to stay, are there any challenges in that space? And there's a reason why I'm asking that question.
If there's challenges,
In respect to those individuals who travel to Puerto Rico and having challenges with places.
it could be if the facility have space to house them as well as their needs. So it varies.
Funding.
And the funding.
Okay, very well. And lastly, in respect to your vision and your goals for the department,
1 minute.
what's, in your opinion, what's your what's the greatest area of success in your opinion for the department with respect to the budget? What you would like to see, what your goals are, and in terms of, well, you already mentioned the challenges, vacancies, etc. And you said most of the vacancies are federal vacancies, correct?
30 seconds.
Federal
Vacancy
vacancies?
list is federal with a general fund match. Not fully federal.
So what's your goal with this budget? What would you like to see?
The goal of this budget is to get more funding to be able so DHS staff to be able to do the work that we need to do out in this community. And that's the bottom line. We're working within our means and what we're allotted, but can we do more? And can
Time.
we serve the needs of the people better, provided more funding? Yes, we can.
Well, again, continue to do what you're doing, and let's strive for excellence when it comes to our seniors and the young at heart. Those that very young or very young. Okay, thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. We just saw that we have some guests in the chambers with us today, and we want to welcome Delegate David Beluva from the Commonwealth of Virginia and his family. Thank you for being here with us. Could you put him on the screen? Can you come forward? You can come. You can come forward so we could at least get you on the screen. What we're going to do is actually get you, yes, perfect, right there, right there, right there. So thank you for being here, and thank you for visiting the Virgin Islands. We're going to take a recess so we can personally meet you. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on the record. We're now going to go to Senator Novelli Francis Jr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, what's the status of the supervisors union negotiation? I'm hearing that you have social workers that's making more money than their supervisor, and they're opting to go back to do social work versus being supervisors. What's happening there?
Senator, I don't think that is a DHS issue. That's across the board government issues. When these individuals get salary increases or retroactive salary increases, it puts them at a higher bracket than their manager, and we have been having those discussions to see where we can right size it. It's not a quick fix, but that is because of the continuous salary increases that these employees get, put them above the salary that their managers are making. So that is something that we're looking at to see how we can right size that.
So I have had that similar issue, in the Virgin Islands Police Department when I served in those positions as chief and commissioner, but it creates a morale issue. And people get disenfranchised and they really don't function at the level that you want them to function because, they're making less money than those individuals as a supervisor. So I just ask that you make that a priority and try to get that taken care of.
Will do, Senator.
In respect to the post-audit report, there's some professional service contract that speak to new as well as to be determined. What is happening there? Is these pending RFPs
30
or
seconds.
Going out for bid?
Lydia McGrath, CFO. This year, in working with the Office of Management and Budget, what we did is, even though we may have someone who is in the process, we're waiting for the contract, they did put it as the bid process instead of the vendor's name.
Okay, so these are still they're already in process?
Some are, and some are going out to bid.
Okay. And my friend, do you collect any revenues whatsoever? Any fees or revenues you collect at DHS?
We collect for those self-pay for the homes.
And how is that money received?
It's deposited into a checking account. We channel it to the Department of Finance, and then we set it up as a revolving account to support the homes for the aged.
Okay. And is there an audit or balance? How do you then balance out to make sure the money that you have collected is processed through the Department of Finance and then available for expenditures?
We maintain a financial report.
Okay. All right. Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Your Commissioner, you made reference to your criminal victims compensation, and you shared that it's in delayed status. How long has it been in delayed status?
Since it's been in delayed status
2019.
from 2019. We just started looking at it, and the committee or the council is convening in August to get it up and running again.
I don't know if you're aware, but I know those that have that.
No, the federal funding is 2019. Not I think it's just the council meeting to get the council back up and running.
This criminal victim compensation program has been a long-standing issue. It's a problem, and I'm trying to understand why it's a problem. Do you know why it's a problem? Outside of staffing?
No, I don't.
Who runs that? Who's responsible for that program under your purview?
AC Benjamin.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit.
Assistant Commissioner, Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner. The Criminal Victims Compensation Program actually sits under the Office of Legal Counsel. So there has been historically a backlog in terms of the cases that come into CVCC. Under the previous legal counsel, we did make some strides in terms of the quarterly commission meeting where they go over all the applications, determine who's eligible, determine how much they are approved to be paid out. However, the gains that we made kind of became a loss because not only did our legal counsel separate, but also the legal assistant who assisted with that also separated. Both of them left at the beginning of the summer last year. We now have legal counsel on board, and as Commissioner mentioned, we're looking at hiring someone to assist with getting the backlogs back on the commission calendar, because we have to meet the Department of Human Services, Police Department, Department of Justice. Statutorily, that interdisciplinary commission has to meet to go over all the applications to determine which ones are going to be approved and what amount they're going to be approved at.
Is that process working in your estimation?
When it's staffed up.
And when has it actually been working when it's staffed up? This program has always been a problem. I mean, I think that the program needs to be revisited. You receive federal funds for this?
We do.
And when was the last tranche of federal dollars you received?
Well, as the commissioner mentioned, those federal dollars were on hold. So we were actually paying the victims' compensation payments out of general fund. However, it was a I don't want to call it an audit issue. It was okay, maybe an audit issue, but it was related to the civil rights portion of it, which is supposed to reside on the Department of Justice, but that does not exist. So we had to kind of fix it in-house. Commissioner mentioned, I believe, in her testimony that has since been removed, and so we are going to have access to those federal funds. As a matter of fact, we went ahead and applied for this year's funding. So with legal counsel on board, hopefully we will stay staffed up and we'll be able to make some of the same inroads that we were able to make previous time when we had legal counsel on
So
board.
you say you have a backlog. So if you have funding if you have not received funding since 2019, I think that's what I heard, correct? Federal funding.
Yes.
And you've been utilizing local funds, correct?
Correct.
Is there opportunity for the local funds to be reimbursed?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so if is the victim compensation grant online as we speak?
Lydia McGrath, CFO. We just received the 2 grant awards, so we just got the numbers for the federal coding request from OMB. So fresh, 2 grants, one for 89,000 and one for 39,000.
And those are for specific fiscal years?
One is for 23 and one is for 24.
So the prior years you have lost?
And they run for 3 years.
No.
One for 23 and one for 24.
We still have access to the funding.
We don't.
I asked a question because we have people that has submitted their application and they've not even gotten a response. I mean, even if the program is having challenges, we should be responding to the people in our community and saying, whatever the situation is, bear with us, whatever it is. But people ain't getting no response. So once you're saying it's under the Office of Legal Counsel, but that's a program. That's kind of odd that a program will be under the Office of Legal Counsel. I could see the Office of Legal Counsel doing whatever they do to make sure that the compensation occurs, but a program sits under legal counsel. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
And so, and that office only have 2 employees.
Actually, one. Legal counsel and the individual that we're bringing on to assist him.
So you had 2 before.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do not know. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, did any additional maintenance workers recently on St. Thomas and St. Croix?
You broke up at the beginning of your question. Can you repeat?
Maintenance workers, have you added any maintenance workers?
Not since I came on board. That's part of our ask in regards to additional positions to be able to staff up the maintenance team.
Okay, real quickly, this here, the seniors living alone, right? They have 889 seniors living alone. 295 on St. Croix, 496 in Thomas, and 98 St. John. What services do you provide those? It's just a list, or you provide services to them?
It's actually individuals.
1 minute.
Yeah, it's actually individuals that sign up for our socio-recreational centers and the senior registry.
Okay, so you have 1,688, that's hurricane, storm, transportation. I am assuming that that's part of the same population, that's the seniors are living alone, some of them?
30 seconds.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, also now, those new daycares that you're constructing, do you have any particular staffing that you're gonna need to have the staff?
It's not daycare, Senator. We're building Head Starts, and some of the Head Starts. We will need staffing for some of the Head Starts, those that we are building. We're not. It's new facilities, so it's not like we're transferring staff.
Okay, so those are critical. So I'll ask through the chair if you can identify the staffing that you're going to need so that you can open and properly run those daycares. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. I'm trying to see. Senator Graff. You're recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two things. Was there increase in the utility payments for the seniors? Because I see some of them told me they have a credit or...
If it was an increase in one of the utility payments.
Or if there was a stipend or something, because they're seeing that a negative on some of their bills.
Janelle Baptiste, Assistant Commissioner. That may be for our water assistance program, where we did credit some of the accounts.
Okay, so only water, not, I think also they're seeing electricity.
That should only be water. I'm not familiar with it being for electricity.
Okay, and what was the credit based on? Certain individuals or across the board?
So because we received this one-time allotment to provide this water assistance, once we deemed individuals to be eligible, because we had the funding and we did not want to lose the funding, we did receive approval from our federal partners to
1 minute
basically give advance payment for that assistance.
Okay, and St. John, the St. Ursula nonprofit, they provide meals for St. John seniors and stuff. They were having issues at times with being paid, having been paid 6 months at a time. Are you aware of that, or is that something that...
30 seconds.
Yes, Senator. We were having challenges or delays in payment, similar to what CFO McGrath mentioned earlier, due to the fact that we do not have a contract with them. So just the process that it takes to get those payments processed. Once we get those invoices, at one point we were waiting for those invoices to come in. Once we had them, then having to go through the justification process to get them paid. So there were some delays experienced. We're checking to see how up to date we are, but I know that we did get that rectified up to a couple months ago.
So So is that something we could work on, I guess, a contract so they could be addressed?
And so I did get confirmation that we are fully up to date with St. Ursula's. We did put this out to bid like we did all of the other Meals on Wheels for each island. However, St. John came back with no responses. So we are going to be putting it back out, and we've already started the process of reaching out to various vendors to make sure that they are aware and preparing themselves to put in a bid.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. How often does the senior citizens IDs have to be renewed? I think we had this conversation already.
Every 5 years.
So it's every 5 years. But after you get to a certain age, what you gonna do? Is there something that you're looking at right now?
At this time, I don't think the senior IDs have an expiration date.
They do.
Which one is it?
They have to.
Which one is it?
They have one.
One
So
person
they
at a
do
time.
have an expiration date, and the reason for that is because for it to be a valid ID, it
Yeah, it
must
has-
have an expiration.
So I think it's every 5 years.
All right. Has to. So when you have senior citizens who can't leave the house, how
They
do
go
we-
to them, we disperse our staff to
You
them
disperse
to assist them. Once they call or anybody call, we let the staff go out to them to assist.
Okay. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyone working without NOPAs at this time?
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. Michael Trotman, Deputy Commissioner, Human Resources and Labor Relations. No, sir.
None?
None.
Okay. I ain't gonna call her name, but okay. I'll speak to the Health and Human Services Chair about an overview hearing of the department so that we could address some operational issues, because today's hearing we know is about budget. But regarding the Meals on Wheels program, I have a lot of questions pertaining to that, but one that I'll ask Commissioner is just for you to look into reconsidering the food containers that's being used. The aluminum containers are not considered safe, and so I'm asking you to look at that. We're still using those aluminum containers, correct?
Yes.
1 minute.
Yeah. You know, some of our seniors might put those things in the microwave and what that could cause. So let's have a reconsideration of that. The dining room situation at Harbord Greg. I'm going to let that rest here for now, but just know that I'll be there this week.
I already did some text and follow-up.
30 seconds.
Yeah, because
They're stating that some of the residents cannot go to the dining room because they require geriatric chairs, which we don't have in on inventory.
And you see that word you just used? That's the one that I want to follow along with, geriatric. I couldn't remember it, but I know that they weren't utilizing the dining room.
Full capacity.
And people are watching and listening. And I even had family members who have parents or family members there and saying you are correct. They're still not utilizing the dining room for the residents but they gave the response. They said that they do believe that they're short staffed and can't get the residents back and forth up there twice a day, at least, for breakfast and lunch. And I could understand a response like that. That's why I don't appreciate these fast talks when people come here. Our responsibility is to get you the resources, the financial resources that you need to carry out your duties and responsibilities. Again, this government needs to run its affairs like a business. The only difference is that we don't run our affairs for a profit. We run our affairs in order to be able to get by, to provide the necessary services to our people. Human Services is a crucial agency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Have you explored any alternative? That's what will happen when you put in your notes all over. Any alternative funding source or have a contingency plan in place for Harbord Greg? Commissioner. Yeah. have you explored any alternative funding source or have a contingency plan in place for Hobart Gregg?
We have been going through the disaster recovery projects in regards to the renovating and fixing of Herbert Gregg, and I think they're included in bundle one. For the rebuild, for now is just to make sure that we can get the maintenance under control in-house.
Okay, thank you. And don't forget the generator for the seniors down at Wim Garden, just to see if you could work with them in assisting to get it. I know they're under Housing Authority.
That's Housing Authority, that's not us.
Yeah, but we have seniors down there. That's a elderly home, but I'll leave that for another time. But I'm asking you to just work with them with that.
We trying to get it.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Commissioner, how many divisions you have within your department?
15 divisions, 84 programs.
You have, okay.
15 divisions.
And you have 84 programs.
84 programs.
So, do you have an internal mechanism to evaluate your programs?
Yes, we have been doing, we're in the process of doing assessments in regards to doing polls and different things in regards to individuals that use our services, as well as in-house performance evaluations.
So you have programs that, I guess you could rank them?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so you could rank your programs
We can.
overall, right?
Mhm.
But do you have a system? Is there a true system? Well, this is something I'm thinking about. Because there must be a way for you or any commissioner to be able to evaluate or make a determination as to what are those priority programs, whether or not those programs are working, and what areas of those programs require improvement.
Yes, we've been doing that. That's when I say we've been doing an assessment internally in regards to those programs and how effective they are and what changes need to be made.
So you are doing that across 84 programs? Or
We just started the conversations. We have not started the process.
So you're telling me that within the Department of Human Services, over the years, programs are not evaluated in a way where we are able to determine whether or not we're providing the delivery of service that we should be, and if we're not, what areas we need to improve on?
They have been using the KPI performance indicators as well as in-house evaluation, but that is something we need to look at and implement.
Yeah, so this, I mean, this is a huge department, and based on the service it provides, we may have to legislate program evaluations, internal assessments, because we have to know whether or not these programs walk in. As a commissioner comes and goes, there should be some documentation, something that is shared that gives you an opportunity to determine what's working from what's not working and what you want to make your priorities as you review these documentation. You're starting out at a disadvantage. You're relying on information that individuals provide you or not provide you for that matter. We definitely have an opportunity to kind of correct the situation. And it shouldn't be, one commissioner believes that it should be evaluated. It should be evaluated. Programs have to be evaluated. We have to determine whether the dollars that's touching these programs are working. Now, you have an additional funding request on page 25, right? Very broad. You just have staffing and increased funding, and then you talk about the Medicaid assistance program. For the Medicaid assistance program, what are you anticipating that you will spend in fiscal year 25? Because I think it's not spent on the local match side. So that's the kind of information that we need in order to right fit what's happening with human services.
Through the chair, we can, in regards to my additional funding request, we can give you some numbers to look at.
And then the Home for the Aged, funding to support the maintenance and enhancement of, what specifically, what facilities are these?
Those are the, when I say funding to support the maintenance, that's Herbert Gregg, that's.
In the mic.
Oh, you want to,
So that request is primarily for Herbert Gregg. And some of the repairs that they need, they do have some leaks that we need to repair. We have AC units that need to be replaced. So there's various.
Could you please send them back to us? And have y'all received any federal dollars, FEMA dollars to repair Herbert Gregg?
So we did have some slight temporary projects that were completed shortly right after the storm, but nothing that's significant enough to improve the facility.
So that did not have significant federal funds, so they wasn't considered significantly damaged. You guys considered it, but FEMA didn't.
So we actually got a replacement. So we started that project, and I just want to applaud the disaster recovery team led by Akila Bryan on our side. We started that project with $4 million to replace. We're now up to, I think, $128 million. So I think we were able to get FEMA to understand that there are significant damages, but it was only enough to get us the replacement and not a large temporary project.
Oh, so I see. So the replacement is approved, but because of the timing, they're not giving you the temporary.
Correct.
Yeah. So in the interim, our people suffer. That's what's happening here. And then you have border placements. You said funding to relocate borders to more suitable care centers. What does that mean?
we have individuals as boarders at the hospital that
Okay.
we have individuals as boarders at our two hospitals that if we get the funding that we can maybe, who are considered under our care, that we can move them to whatever facility in Puerto Rico or off island, since we don't have the necessary space here to put them other than keeping them in the hospital, which is causing a hardship on the hospital.
How much people are you talking about?
It's about 15. About 15.
15.
15, I said 15.
15?
No, not 50, 15. 1-5.
How much per district?
There's...
We only have one in the St. Croix district and about 14 in St. Thomas.
And all of them are under your care, your jurisdictionally they're under you?
So I think that is one of the challenges that we have with the boarders. So the boarders go into the hospital, obviously, to receive care and then end up remaining there long-term because they can't be discharged. At that point, it is then determined that Human Services must step in to facilitate the safe discharge. It is not necessarily our belief that all of those individuals should become the responsibility of Human Services, as many of them do have family to help assist with that transition. But unfortunately, that has not been the case.
And then you have staff relocation, failing facilities, funding for that. And then you have vehicle acquisition. What vehicles specifically are you to meet transportation needs for service delivery, client transport and logistics? What specifically are you looking for there?
Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner. Through the past years now, we've seen the validity and the efficiency of the electric vehicles. We're trying to target the Meals on Wheels vehicles, which has not only cost us in maintenance and gas, to make a transition to transfer those over to electric, which will ease a lot of our fiscal burdens.
But yeah, but what kind of money are you talking about here?
It's not that much because we're going to partner with the Energy Office, and they're also going to subsidize a portion of that money. So a little can go a long way because we'll get assistance from the Energy Office in funding those vehicles.
You realize little ain't money, right? You gotta give a number.
I know, and I will have that in the package.
I
was more in the range of $200,000 to $250,000, and again, Energy Office will help offset that cost. So it may sound like a little bit, but they'll help me double those because our Meals on Wheel cars has to have four-wheel drive because of the location. Some of these residents are in. So we want to have the best cars we can.
And then the cost allocation plan, develop and implement of a cost plan allocation to optimize the use of federal. What does that mean?
About your cost.
Lydia McGrath, Chief Financial Officer. It's pretty much a plan across the entire agency that we can allocate to the federal dollars their requisite portion. Once it's approved and the feds approve it, if even my salary, the commissioner's salary, can be cost allocated to the various federal programs, which would definitely be an ease off of the general fund.
So what's the challenge with getting that done?
Money.
You need a contractor to do it? That's what you're saying?
Yes. We did do a state exchange with Rhode Island, and we were able to see how it works. And it's really, really phenomenal to see how everyone's salary is cost allocated. And it's done by doing random time studies.
Yeah, it's done in the Department of Education. That's one of the things that's under the third party. So your timesheet will say that you spent 40% of your time on program X, 20% of your time on program Y, etc.
Correct.
So, but y'all are not under the third party?
No, this is more detailed. Because in my capacity, for example, it would be hard for me to say that I've spent X amount on each of the programs. So it's a greater plan that it's done based on a time study. Right now with our Voc Rehab program, which is under the third party, they're working 100% for the program. So they do time certification, saying that they've worked
time certs.
Yes, 100% for the program. And we estimate the price tag at $1.5 million to get that cost allocation in place. But the savings, the benefits would definitely outweigh the cost put into the cost allocation.
And who did it for Rhode Island?
Sorry?
Who did it for Rhode Island, the contractor?
I would have to go back. They were in the process of going back out to RFP, so I was able to pick up that RFP so we could formulate it for ours.
Okay. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Senator DeGraff had a point of information.
You can proceed, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the seniors ID, you say it needed a date to be valid, whether it's a federal mandate or just a policy issue?
So in order for the seniors to be able to use that as an acceptable form of ID for whatever they may need it for, it has to have an expiration date to be considered a state-issued ID that they're able to utilize.
Okay, because I was just saying, I have a federal military ID that the date is indefinite as a retiree. So I'm saying, so I was just looking at, is it a policy or is it something that you could look into? Because this is a federal ID. Right.
So because it is federal, I think the regulations over it it's more widely accepted. But usually locally, if someone asks you, if you're doing an application for something, your passport, something else, and they ask you for an ID,
1 minute.
That ID must have an expiration date. And I myself have encountered that it's military, federally, again, that's more accepted. But what stops anyone from going out and just printing an ID card and trying to use that as an acceptable form of ID?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon once again. I want to touch on just two things. I wanted to speak about the criminal victims compensation as well as the individuals that need the additional money for the wait list for feeding and giving people food. The question I wanted to ask initially was about the payout, because for the criminal victims compensation, because based on how it's set up here, it seems like it's been stagnant for several reasons. And I was going to ask in regards to the payout for 2023, have you guys paid out anything from last year, if you have those numbers?
Lydia McGrath, CFO. For fiscal year 2023, we paid out $90,330.
Okay. And what percentage of that was federal versus local dollars?
We did not have any federal dollars
Because you
available
said
at the
you didn't
time,
get
so it was
reimbursed in
100%.
2019.
Yes.
And the reason why I spoke about this is 14 years ago, somebody came to my family home and murdered my brother and shot him in his head. And he's one of those that are still unsolved murders. And I remember through the police department, they had shared with me about this same criminal victims program. And as the individual that paid for his funeral 100%, they said you could go in
30
and fill out an
seconds.
application. And I filled one out. And I remember like months had passed and I called in to see about the progress. I was told they couldn't find the application. The response I got, I'm going to be honest with you, I never called back because how that lady spoke to me, she acted as if though my brother deserved. Why you people, y'all getting killed, y'all killing each other, why y'all deserve money? And that's the type of mentality that I got. I never called back. So human services touches a lot of people's lives. They look like me. They look like you. But at the end of the day, when you have programs such as these, I am only one person, and I heard other people with their concerns with this program as well. And I genuinely hope that, I don't know who you're going to get for new employees, but I'm hoping it has people that have some kind of sensitivity in dealing with victims themselves as opposed to just seeing it as a clerical job. Because that's a very critical aspect of dealing with people that go through a loss and reach out to you for this type of help. My time is up, so I'm probably not going to be able to ask the second question. But thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, we have exhausted our discussion today. I'm sure we could definitely go some more with human services, but we definitely need to have a committee meeting to address the issues that we are experiencing, we've learned of today with the Department of Human Services. I think the time is appropriate and right for us to do that. So we're going to ask that we have a couple of through the chair requests. So before we close, we're just going to go back to the, need to find my information. There's a budget reduction of the other services and charges category of 3.1. You need to send back to the committee the impact of the 3.1. The dollar amount for the salary increases to include personnel and fringe that you received in FY 2024. The listing of all outstanding contractor payments to include total days due to each vendor. The updated personnel listing to include all filled positions and vacancies in the order of priority. And that will be the vacancies is in the order of priority. Update on the status of all grant funding that is currently in jeopardy. The update on the other services and charges to include the update on your other services and charges account, meaning the breakout of your other services and charges account. And then the breakout of the additional funding requests that you had on page 25. We need to understand exactly what those challenges are. Okay, Commissioner? We are going to send you this in writing.
I think we do have the dollar amount for FY 24 salary and fringe, and we could take that off of your list.
Okay, could you give that to us?
Lydia McGrath, Chief Financial Officer. It is $354,319.62. I don't have the breakdown of what's salary and what's fringe. I would have to provide those, but
That's
overall-
important, so you're gonna have to send it back, because we have to have it, we have to have the breakdown. Okay. Commissioner, we're gonna give you a 30-second close. You may proceed. 30 seconds to close.
Thank you, Senators, for the time to present our FY25 budget testimony on behalf of the DHS team. I'd like to also thank the entire DHS team for their hard work and dedication throughout this year. And as stated before, our employees work hard under the conditions, the tools, the resources, and the facilities that are in dire repair. I will say before I close, our situation is dire, and in order for us to remain functional and serve the people of this community, we're in need of some help. Before I close, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to Attorney Norford, who spent his birthday here with us this morning. Wishing you a happy birthday. So that's it for me. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to doing right by DHS and making the necessary changes to meet our needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to just give him a little hum. He been attention, you know. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay? So thank you for spending a happy birthday with us, your birthday with us. So we go end so you could go at least so go take it to lunch. That's a good thing. But anyway, I too want to lend my voice to the work that's done in the Department of Human Services. And I believe it's time that we really have the deep dive conversation about how do we really provide the necessary services to the Department of Human Services, the necessary funding and resources to the Department of Human Services. Is not easy, but this requires a deep dive discussion. And Commissioner, I know that you've been in a position for not so long. However, I really think that you need to have a come to Jesus conversation with the chief executive with regards to these challenges. These challenges are really, really impacting the most vulnerable population in our community, and one of our responsibilities is to make sure that we take care of them. So I'm certain that we're going to get back to you as well. We're going to have another conversation with you with regards to your budget behind the scenes. So, whatever you think you missed today, just include it in what you submitted so we could really take a good look at what's happening, what's needed for human services. And we did receive a budget request this year that is showing that the revenue projections for fiscal year 25 are on the downside. And that's what's creating a lot of the issues. Now, we would want to think that because we have all of these FEMA projects coming online, that we should see our revenues on the upside. So the thing is, we got to take night and make day to make sure that we see the projects coming to fruition. Because if they don't come to fruition, then we can't fund these departments and agencies as we should. And then we need to be looking for additional revenues, and we know what's happening there. We know what challenges we have with our energy systems and on and on. So there's a lot that we have to contemplate, but we have to do this together. Okay? All right, colleagues, we're going to take who's up next? The Office of the Public Defender is up next, and we did go over longer than we intended for human services, but it was well worth it. So we're going to take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll hear from the Office of the Public Defender. The committee stands in recess for 15 minutes.
the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street and love and bless up everyone. The Rasta man no skip a beat. The Rasta man unique. We not go take defeat. The mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. What is the empress? She rise above the rest. Empress no beg no friend. Real empress no bend. Warrior is a warrior anywhere we go. Boy. Burning fire. That's the fire I run the world. Boy. spend with you. I'm so sorry that
It's not intentional. Oh. The committee is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read block number 2 into the record?
Block 2, VI Public Defender Office, Ms. Julie Smith Tadman, Esquire, Chief Public Defender, Virgin Islands Public Defender Office. That concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And that's the Territorial Public Defender Office, correct? Yes. All right, so this afternoon we have the officials from the Territorial Public Defender Office. And I'm going to ask the Chief Territorial Public Defender to put her name and title on the record. And then we're going to start with my right, your left. Put your names and title on the record. And then we'll proceed to the other side. You may proceed, Attorney Todman.
Yes, good afternoon. Julie Smith Todman, Chief Territorial Public Defender.
Renelle Stevens, Assistant Administrator.
Karen Isidore, Administrator.
Ronald Moorhead, Accountant.
Do you have anyone on St. Croix? Do you have anyone on St. Croix?
No, we do not.
Okay, you don't. All right. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Other honorable senators of the committee, senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, others present in the legislative chambers, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Julie Smith Todman, and I am the Chief Territorial Public Defender with the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, which we call the OTPD. Here with me today are our fiscal accountant, Ronald Moorhead, to my right, Administrator Kieran Isidore, to my left, and Assistant Administrator Renelle Stevens, to my far left. In April 2024, the OTPD submitted its anticipated budget request for fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $6,342,220. Based on the increased caseload in the St. Croix district, the OTPD finds it prudent and judicious to amend our fiscal year 2025 budget request to $6,602,220 to reflect the addition of 2 attorneys in the St. Croix district, which are necessary to manage the higher volume of cases. I trust you will find this amended request essential to the services we provide and guided by the principles of people, process, and parity. By people, I refer to OTPD's greatest resource, the talented men and women who carry out its daily mission. The process that I refer to here are both the physical tools and the more abstract knowledge base that our staff utilizes in that mission. Finally, in a system represented by balanced scales, parity equates to the even-handed approach to the administration of justice. Let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the staff of the OTPD for their commitment to the ideals of the mission of our organization and to our clients. Your dedication and unwavering support are acknowledged and appreciated. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender was established on February 20th, 1973, pursuant to Title V, Chapter 302, Section 3521 of the Virgin Islands Code, for the purpose of representing indigent criminal defendants appearing before the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands and now the Virgin Islands Supreme Court. The OTPD will litigate the rights of its clients and the interests of the office up to and including the United States Supreme Court if necessary. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender is comprised of 2 divisions, one located in the District of St. Croix and the other located in the District of St. Thomas, St. John. Each division is staffed with attorneys licensed to practice law in the United States Virgin Islands or specially admitted to practice law in the Virgin Islands on behalf of the OTPD. The OTPD also employs secretarial, investigative, administrative, and clerical personnel as deemed necessary. The St. Croix District is currently comprised of 5 trial attorneys. 1 trial attorney is also assigned to handle juvenile matters. 2 new trial attorneys are slated to join the St. Croix District, one on July 29, 2024, and the other on September 9, 2024. Other staff include the administrator, 1 investigator, 1 fiscal accountant, 1 paralegal who is bilingual, 1 administrative assistant, 3 legal secretaries, 2 of whom are bilingual, 1 in Spanish and the other in French Creole Patois. The Director of Information Technology, 1 receptionist, and 1 custodian. The St. Thomas St. John District is presently comprised of 5 trial attorneys and the sole appellate territorial public defender. Other staff in the St. Thomas District include the assistant administrator, 1 investigator, 1 paralegal, 3 legal secretaries, including the 1 secretary who is bilingual, 1 administrative assistant, 1 network specialist, 1 receptionist, 1 messenger, and 1 custodian. The OTPD in St. Thomas is presently seeking applications to fill the newly vacant legal secretary position and 2 attorney vacancies. Several of the OTPD personnel, because of their scope of work, serve both districts. Those staff members include the Chief Territorial Public Defender, Fiscal Accountant, Director of Information Technology, and the Appellate Attorney. All employees of the office are unclassified and are members of the Government Employees Retirement System. Presently, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender is comprised of 34 employees. The OTPD is a semi-autonomous government agency governed by the Territorial Public Defender Administration Board, which consists of 5 attorneys from our community: the President of the Virgin Islands Bar Association or his or her designee, 2 appointees of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, 1 of whom must be a resident of the St. Thomas St. John District, and 1 a resident of the District of St. Croix, 1 appointee of the Governor of the Virgin Islands, and 1 appointee of the President of the Virgin Islands Legislature. The terms of the members appointed by the Governor and the President of the Legislature are the same as the terms of the persons who appointed them. Of the 2 members appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, 1 shall serve a term of 3 years, and the other 1 shall serve for a term of 2 years. A vacancy on the board is filled for the unexpired term of the previous member. The current members of the board are Clive Rivers, Esquire, Chairman, Melanie Turnbull, Esquire, Ezet Winter, Esquire, Amos Cardy Jr., Esquire, Daniel Cevallos, Esquire. The process. OTPD seeks to employ a holistic approach to criminal defense. By this, we aim to meet our clients where they are. The ranks of criminal defendants are diverse, but they share many traits. They are indigent, more likely to lack formal education, some are unhoused, and some are likely to have mental health challenges. While any of these individual challenges may be significant, the promise that we have all made to each criminal defendant is that they have an absolute entitlement to a suite of rights and processes no different than the wealthy, the educated, and the sane. In discussing process, we are looking at what we do and how we do what we do. To begin with, we look to the workload assigned to this office by the courts. Territory-wide, the OTPD has 1,020 open cases as of June 30th, 2024. The St. Croix District has a total of 648 cases pending as of June 30th, 2024. 419 felonies, 14 murders, 101 misdemeanors, 12 juvenile matters, 100 driving under the influence cases, 1 writ of habeas, and 1 involuntary commitment. As of June 30th, 2024, 163 new cases were appointed in the St. Croix District. 91 felonies, includes 3 murders, 48 misdemeanors, 5 juvenile matters, and 16 DUI cases. Of the 648 cases pending in the St. Croix District, 426 are active, yet to be resolved either through trial, plea, or dismissal. And 222 matters have been resolved and the clients are on probation. There are 372 total cases pending in the St. Thomas, St. John District as of June 30th, 2024. 229 felonies, 7 murders, 74 misdemeanors, 17 juvenile matters, 31 DUI cases, and 14 appeals. A total of 157 new cases were appointed in the St. Thomas, St. John District as of June 30th, 2024. 91 felonies, 2 murders, 35 misdemeanors, 10 juvenile matters, 8 DUI cases, 5 appeals, and 5 extraditions. Of the 372 total cases pending in the St. Thomas, St. John District, 254 matters are active, meaning yet to be resolved either through trial, plea, or dismissal. And 118 matters have been resolved and the clients are on probation. Last year, the American Bar Association, the National Center for State Courts, and the RAND Corporation together issued a joint report called the National Public Defense Workload Study. The purpose of the study was to reevaluate public defense standards first adopted 50 years earlier in 1973. Basically, it sought to address the workload targets for public defense. In a statement that accompanied the release of the study, ABA President Mary Smith said, "Public defenders and other providers of indigent defense grapple with an overwhelming caseload that exceeds reasonable capacity for effective representation. But the available data about the magnitude of this issue has been inadequate and outdated." Their conclusion was a new set of guidelines that more than doubled the suggested number of hours spent on felony cases and more than quadrupled the standard for hours to be spent on a misdemeanor case. The OTPD continues to be short-staffed and is actively recruiting lawyers and staff for both districts to handle the mandates of the office and zealously defend its clients within the judicial process. The work of the OTPD is essential to maintain the balance of justice within the territory and to protect the rights of the underprivileged through the criminal justice system. The budget, as requested, is essential to hire additional professional staff, maintain essential staffing at present levels, maintain our offices and working environment, and to provide the highest level of service to our clients. I'd like to provide some details on 2 major areas of importance in order to scale up our processes, technology, and training. Technologically, our office requires the computers, networks, applications, phones, scanners, and printers required to operate any modern office. Few special technical amenities are required in that regard. However, OTPD is in the process of implementing a new case management system, which we hope to have an impact both inside and outside of our office walls. A case management system tracks case and client information. They are commonly employed by law firms. The management system elected by OTPD called Defender Data will afford our office with improved methods for doing many of our regular tasks, tracking next court dates, assigning internal tasks, and providing accurate records of key deliverables on an office-wide basis are all part of the new system and should allow us to do what we do now, but better. I want to provide a few concrete examples of how this technology will improve the service that we provide to our clients. One area where the system will increase efficiency is checking for conflicts among clients. All clients are entitled to representation without conflicts of interest. You can imagine that on these small islands, a client on one case becomes a witness or a victim in another matter. Sometimes that is not important, but some conflicts of interest require us to act. We follow our local Supreme Court's rules of professional conduct to determine if a disabling conflict of interest exists. None of that will change. Defender Data will supercharge how those conflict checks are performed. That is, the ability to discover that a conflict of interest exists in the first place. While we can and do perform searches of our current electronic file system, most conflicts are spotted by personnel in the office who recall names from other matters. That will change with Defender Data because the case management system tracks all of the individuals involved in a criminal case, be it judge, attorney, victim, witness, defendant, and others. Utilizing the system, it will automatically search for and flag any conflict that arises and tell us, for example, that the victim in the current case is a former client in another matter. A staff member inputting that information can get the alert and automatically task an attorney to determine if the conflict is a disabling conflict, which requires our office to withdraw as an attorney, and for the matter to be assigned elsewhere by the court. Another example of the power of the technology, one that our office is very excited to fully implement, is a new communications platform built into that case management system. Consistent with the aims of holistic defense and meeting our clients where they are at, the system allows for the sending of a text message reminder to our clients of their upcoming court date. That is not incredible new technology. You probably receive these reminders just like this from your dentist. But for a criminal defendant, someone whose life may be in a messy place, that reminder may well keep them on track and ensure their appearance at court. When you miss a criminal court appearance, it's a much more bigger deal than rescheduling with an eye doctor. Providing these types of reminders to our clients with this now ubiquitous modality delivers information that our clients need in a way that we know they will receive. And all in an automated process with no extra input by our staff. Researchers implementing a text messaging reminder system in New York City found that the system led to a 26% drop in the number of no-shows at court. Here, we take what may be the most important information in a person's life and deliver it to them exactly where we know they will see it. This is a win-win, good for client and good for counsel. This type of investment allows OTPD to redirect our efforts toward the substantive defense of our client matters. Instead of tracking clients down, we can work on their cases. It makes it more likely for them to do what they need to do while allowing our attorneys and staff a greater opportunity to focus on what is that we need to do. In that way, a modest investment in technology can greatly improve the product that OTPD provides. I also mentioned training. It has been an emphasis for our office that our public defenders receive ongoing training in their craft. Our office compiles training opportunities and pushes its attorneys to take part in those efforts, whether that training is to hone skills or to introduce attorneys to new information and new techniques. It allows for our office to take that most important of its investment, its people, and to increase their value to our organization and our community through leveling up their own abilities to provide that zealous defense that is promised by the Constitution. Parity. As to this final point, the desire for an even playing field is not aspirational. It is guaranteed by the Constitution. When the OTPD emphasizes parity, we refer to parity in our local system. The key to a fair process is parity in funding. OTPD seeks salary parity between its employees and similarly situated employees at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. This parity ensures that the OTPD has an equal opportunity to develop and retain experienced attorneys, thereby promoting a fair and balanced judicial system, justice system. This also provides cost savings in the form of stability as the OTPD office has equal opportunity to develop and retain experienced attorneys. At times, there have been gaps in the pay grades between these offices. As of last year, OTPD has been able to close the gap in pay rates between our attorneys and those of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. However, with the corrective collective bargaining agreement pay scale and the career incentive pay added to the salaries of the assistant attorney generals every year once they achieve 5 years with the Department of Justice, the pay gap widens. There is no reason why attorneys prosecuting crimes in the territory should be paid in excess of those defending the accused. By properly funding the OTPD, the legislature instills in Virgin Islanders a renewed confidence in government, all while meeting a legal mandate under the Sixth Amendment. Providing parity to defendants also means providing the defense with expertise that it must hire. The prosecution can call an FBI technician to testify about DNA evidence without hiring an expert witness. It can have a trained firearms handler testify about their expertise. For a criminal defendant, though, there is no similar in-house stable of expertise. In defending an accused, we rely on retained experts, specially selected for their training, education, and experience in a field. Increasing the availability of expert witnesses to our attorneys levels the playing field. In Ake versus Oklahoma, the United States Supreme Court affirmed that when the government brings its judicial power to bear on an indigent defendant in a criminal proceeding, it is required to take steps to assure that the defendant has a fair opportunity to present his or her defense. That not only means that the defendant gets an attorney even if he cannot afford one, it means that the defendant gets what is required to ensure fairness. The issue in Ake was specifically whether the court was required to retain an expert witness for an indigent client that could not afford their own. The holding is not limited to expert witnesses. In its broadest sense, it demands for an equal footing between the prosecution and the defendant, parity. We must remember that equal footing means just that, equal. As technology races forward, cases rely more on expert witnesses, expert reports, and complicated concepts. In order to efficiently and effectively engage experts, our attorneys need training. No one wants to see that a case is won or lost because of funding for an expert. When there is parity, justice wins. This year's request seeks basic funding to ensure competence amongst our attorneys and staff. The OTPD workload is intense, but with this level of funding, we can ensure delivery of what the Constitution mandates. Before concluding and moving on to your questions, OTPD would like to spend a moment looking back at our accomplishments and setting out new goals for the upcoming year. As to accomplishments, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender is the sub-recipient of the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds established under the American Rescue Plan Act, the SLFRF funds. These funds give eligible state and local governments a substantial infusion of resources to reimburse for pandemic response needs. OTPD was awarded Federal Grant Award number SLFR P3818/Q2KHYDLL2M54 from the Government of the Virgin Islands through grantee, the Office of Management and Budget, for the sum of $361,472.99. To date, OTPD has submitted to OMB eligible invoices for reimbursement totaling $361,454.85, which is 99% of the awarded grant funds, leaving a balance of $18.14 with a period of performance of March 2nd, 2021 to December 31st, 2024. The OTPD has contracted with DVD Construction and is well into the rehabilitation and renovations of its offices in St. Croix by removing decades-old carpeting, installing tiles, and creating office spaces to accommodate growing staff. Stability and consistent achievement are the bedrock for OTPD's peerless record. Looking forward, the OTPD is beginning to bridge the digital divide by digitizing the OTPD case management system. For all the reasons briefly outlined above, OTPD believes that its new Defender Data Case Management System will ease our administrative workload and increase our efficiency. The OTPD attracted and filled 5 vacant positions. The OTPD continued to invest in our personnel by providing training opportunities for legal, administrative, and secretarial staff to improve and learn new skills, which is the second prong of the strategy to bridge the digital divide. Caring for the well-being of its people is one of the principal goals of the OTPD management. Thus, OTPD partnered with the Division of Personnel and brought a health coach to perform general triage for blood pressure, cholesterol, glucose, and BMI screenings for its employees at its annual Health Fair Day on Tuesday, June 25th, 2024 in the St. Thomas District. The screening is scheduled for August in the St. Croix District. The OTPD continues to collaborate with stakeholders, agencies, and nonprofit organizations to assist former clients to file petitions for expungements. The OTPD collaborates with community organizations to assist clients to obtain referrals and funding to attend inpatient and outpatient drug treatment facilities. The OTPD partnered with the VI Justice Initiative to promote the Know Your Rights and Teen Intervention and Criminal Deterrence Project campaign in our community. Several attorneys go to schools, after-school programs, summer camps, and discuss relevant topics, including, but not limited to, online safety, how court involvement affects your future, and the true impact of an arrest and conviction. Our goals for the rest of the year and for fiscal year 2025 focus on referring clients to agencies that assist with expungement of criminal records, actively recruit qualified staff to fill current vacancies, legal and support staff in both districts, upgrade computer hardware and operating systems throughout the OTPD, introduce differential pay interpretation service compensation for employees who speak a foreign language and use those skills as interpreters and transcribers in the performance of their duties for the OTPD. The implementation of the case management system is a tool to assist the OTPD in collecting the necessary data to support this initiative. Continue to work collaboratively with community stakeholders to provide opportunities for education and treatment for clients. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony to support our fiscal year 2025 budget requests. The OTPD derives its mandate for effective and zealous advocacy on behalf of indigent clients from the United States Constitution and the laws of the United States Virgin Islands. To effectively perform our duties at the highest level possible, we ask that you fund our budget at the amount requested. My team and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And colleagues, we're going to go to a 4-minute round. 4 minutes, yes. You are aware that the recommendation that came down from the budget submitted by the executive branch is $5,632,220. You're aware?
The same budget.
Speak into the mic. Who's responding?
Ronald Moorhead. Yes, we are aware.
Okay, so what is the impact on this 5.6 million on your budget, on your operations rather?
Senator Julie Todman, this does not allow us to increase the request for more funding for experts. The caseloads have increased, trials have resumed, and we are making use of the funding that we presently have. But because more trials are going forward, we need the additional funding. Additionally, because of the increased caseload in St. Croix, we believe it is imperative. We do have 2 new attorneys coming on board, but I've looked at the caseload and have determined that we need 2 additional attorneys to effectively manage the caseload.
Okay, so your budget in fiscal year 2024, this fiscal year, was that same amount though, $5,632,000?
Correct.
220.
Correct.
So how are you living within those numbers now?
Right now, we need additional funding for the experts. We had $100,000 that was requested for experts in that budget. We are presently at $66,000 in experts, with another $35,000 expected to be expended by August. So we are at that $100,000, and that's just the cases that are coming to trial by August. We have additional requests for more experts for other cases that are upcoming, but we had 3 trials recently where experts were used, and that made the difference, and we had acquittals in those cases.
So you're asking for literally an additional $1 million, $1,032,000, correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. And are you
Yes,
hiring?
yes.
And this additional $1 million is inclusive of personnel?
Yes, it is.
All right. So we're going to ask you to send back to us the breakdown of your current personnel listing and your projected vacancies to have the notation as to whether or not they're new. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chief Public Defender Todman and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you guys for what you do. for our people. Let me ask a question. You said you have 34 employees. How much vacancies you said you had?
We presently have 5, and if we get the additional 2 attorneys that I've requested, it will be 7.
Correct. And you spoke in depth about the caseload, and you are correct. St. Croix has way more pending cases than the St. Thomas St. John district. Let me go to the post audit report right quick. Office supplies. I note that in 2023, 13,024 expended as of April, 12,000. Why 60,025 requested, anticipated? What's going on? What are they for? Page 3 of 8, page 3, on the post audit report. Supplies. Also data processing, you have from 39,000, you're requesting 100,025. You have a new system that you're purchasing or whatever. What's the reason for such a large variance or difference?
For the data processing.
There is a lot of requests that is needed by the IT department. We also need, we've spoken to our IT director. There's some new equipment that he requires, so that takes care of that. We also needed new shredders. We also have to get some printers. Our printers are older, and so that is required. We've created new offices for the growing staff, so we need to fund all of that.
And that will also assist in helping to drive down the caseload?
Yes.
Operations? Okay, very well.
The goal is to have 2 attorneys. Right now, it's 1 attorney per courtroom. It's the goal, because of the caseload being so high in St. Croix, is to have 2 attorneys per courtroom.
And what about your auto repairs? Some are requesting 20,500 from 8,500. And last year was 4,000. What's going on? You need new vehicles?
We do, and we do. We did replace 2 older vehicles, and we do have older vehicles to replace this year.
Okay, very well. That will make a big difference. Your professional service contract, it's on an annual basis, correct?
Where we are, Senator?
Professional service contract,
yes.
Page 5. Okay, and you, outstanding obligations. Do you have any outstanding obligation? It's showing 130,000 due to WAPA. Have that been dealt with, or it is still outstanding?
That has been dealt with. We are on a payment plan with WAPA. As I said previously, I believe that was last year, we had an agreement with the central government regarding electricity and a single utility bill program that did not work. And so we started to pay WAPA the amounts that we owed them. We have a balance of $85,000 as of June 28, 2024. We anticipate that we'll finish all of our payments by September 2024.
Okay, very well.
1 minute.
Let me ask you though, let me go to your training, because you spoke to training for your employees and also the legal individuals. How important or what role does training play with your staff? And have you increased the budget for training?
Yes, we have 30 seconds.
The budget for training. Training is extremely important to the staff. Imagine having a sexual assault case. We have a new attorney on, or attorney who's never dealt with such a cases. There are trainings specifically for that. We have new attorneys who go to 2-week intensive sessions. We also have senior attorneys who we also send to training because of new concepts and new data, new anything that's new with experts, testimony, gunfire, any of those things, DNA. So training is essential.
Okay, very well. Again, I applaud you guys for what you do, and I appreciate your responses, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the team from the Territorial Public Defender. Thank you very much for your testimony. First off the bat, I wanted to ask you, what do you attribute to the indifference between the caseload that you're seeing between the districts?
Senator, that was the first thing I had to deal with when I became chief last year, is figuring out what the difference was. It appears that during COVID that there was a slowdown, especially maybe in the St. Croix district, of matters coming to trial. I was in the St. Thomas district, and I remembered we were the first district to actually have a jury trial in 2021, whereas in St. Croix, they've just, I think last year, they started to have those trials. So there was a slowdown, but there was also an increase in cases, it appears.
So that slowdown has not caught up in no way, shape, or form to allow you to be able to catch up somewhat?
Well, that's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping to do with the increased trials. But to have increased trials, we also need increased manpower, because it will be, I think, a burden on our attorneys presently.
Okay.
Because they've had trials back to back.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have to take a closer look at that. How much do you owe in vendors payment?
The only outstanding payment we have is the with WAPA.
Yeah, $130,000. Why you owe WAPA so much money?
Well, it's down to 85,000 right now.
Halfway? What's the issue with paying of WAPA?
We're on a payment plan for 25,000 a month.
And you've been living up to that payment plan?
Yes, we have.
Because that was quite glaring. As a matter of fact, I tried to reach out to you when we were having the issues with WAPA and trying to get them some money, because that was very glaring in terms of the when we look at the government agencies that owe WAPA. Is there an attempt to at least try to pay on time so that you don't run afoul of this again?
Yeah, all our accounts are on time except for this one.
Okay, and you're carefully monitoring the bills to ensure that, in fact, you're paying for what you're getting for it?
Yes, we are, and we're working closely with them.
Okay. And do you collect any revenues whatsoever? You have rentals, correct?
We have 2 tenants, correct.
Yeah. And what is your revenues for this fiscal year thus far?
It's monthly at $900 for one and $19.25 for the other. And everybody's up to date till June. So I could calculate it for you.
All right, let me get that calculation. And then how is that money then incorporated or being used? Is it you just storing it in your account? That's why your account is growing so large?
We do keep it for emergencies and capital projects that we're going to need, especially on the St. Croix district.
So you could pay that $85,000 you owe WAPA out of that money?
Then we will have no emergency fund.
That's you have almost 4 times that amount in your account.
Well, that's our daily operation, and we have a lot of obligations already pending for that money.
All right, I need you to pay WAPA bill, because if you don't, then we have to pay it on this end. So
we are paying, and we will get it done.
Are you eligible for any grants? I see that there was some mention about some initiative that you want to undertake. Are you eligible for any grants through like LEPC, for example? I know that they have the Edward Burns and different grants that's available there.
We have been in contact with LEPC. At present, the grants that they have, I don't see that we're eligible for any of those. The only grant that basically we've been eligible for at this time is the one that we got with OMB through the SLFRF. Our attorneys, though, have been eligible for a grant to help with defray the cost of their education, their federal loans. So they have applied. Some of the attorneys who still have federal loans outstanding have applied for the grant.
So that was LRF?
SLFRF.
Yes.
That's through the APRA.
To APRA, okay.
The coronavirus grant.
Yeah.
For the reimbursement.
30 seconds.
Okay. What about the Insular Affairs? Have you applied for any grants to the Insular Affairs office?
I have not applied for any grants, and the OTPD did not when I came on board.
Okay, maybe you could look at that as an opportunity. In terms of some of your technology initiatives and technology needs, have there been any discussion with the Office of Bureau of Information Technology or even the judicial branch? I know that they have some transitional improvement that they have made, updates that they have done. Is there an opportunity to be able to gain some additional technology from them as a result of their upgrades?
Well, they have their case docketing system, and our Defender data is not in sync with that. We have spoken to several case management companies, and none of them sync with the court's proprietary system.
Yeah.
But we do have our IT director who tells us what we need going forward in the future.
Well, I'm thinking not just for the software, but the hardware aspect of it. Have there been any discussion with them and maybe trying to get some of the lightly used technology when they come opportunity for them to upgrade?
Well, we don't want their slightly used. Their slightly used would not necessarily fit with the system that we're
I'll take them here at the
using.
legislature. I mean, slightly used, again, there's opportunity because these are good systems and they're perhaps better than what you have right now. So while you don't want hand-me-downs, I think that there could be some good use out of them because they're quality stuff that could be possibly used.
Well, we have not been in contact with them about that.
Okay. I would suggest that you at least broach the subject. I mean, there may be something that you could use in terms of hardware that could be able to assist you until such time as you could be able to get the Mercedes-Benz system.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I do know that they do just formed the Office of Conflict Counsel, so I'm sure that they would probably be using some of those to fill those offices with some of those systems. But we will reach out to them if there's something we can use.
Okay. Thank you. Just ask. I mean, if it's not, no problem, but you should just ask.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
One. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Just following up on the previous speaker, I wanted to ask Mr. Moorhead, your agency is a part of the single payer program?
I thought we were, and we did do transfers, but I'm doing some reconciliation now to verify.
You thought you were?
Yeah.
I wouldn't tell you on record what my mom used to say about that. But just give me a little clarity. So are you or are you not?
No, we are self-sufficient now.
You're not?
Not.
Oh. Okay. I don't understand this because you're relying on funding from the legislature. But, okay. Thank you.
I don't think the word is self-sufficient. I think the word is that you are independent from the...
We're responsible for ourselves.
Yes.
Correct.
So, your transactions are paid through the ERP system?
Not since FY 2022.
Okay, so the Department of Finance cuts a check for your allotments, and you get a hard check for your allotment.
ACH attachment, yes.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So you process a check,
Correct.
whatever that amount, whatever medium it is. So what about your payroll?
The payroll is left with the central government.
So the payroll is there for the central government. So you know that what's happening right now is agencies who are not paying their WAPA bill, the Office of Management and Budget is going to start to shave off your the amount owed and put it in a single payer in order for these payments to be made timely. So what is your monthly amount or your annual amount due to WAPA?
We budget 115,000.
No, but what is it? What at last fiscal year? What was the payment? What on average is your monthly amount?
I would say approximately 20,000 a month.
Okay.
No, that might be a little high.
20,000? Wow.
That might be a little high.
That's a lot of money.
Slow that. Expenditure.
Or more like 10.
Okay, for FY 23, we spent 72,000.
So you spend 72,000, and what do you anticipate you're going to spend in 24?
To date, we have spent 135.
Why did you move
Now we're
into a
catching up
bigger
with deposit balance.
No. So we're talking about your outstanding amounts.
Oh.
So you are currently using prior year money to pay your current year bill?
Correct.
You know better. Yeah.
We have the funds still expended in our legislation.
No, you don't. Your fund says the following funds are appropriated and they expire on September of 2020. September 30th of 2023. Act number 8618. Have it right here. But what is the actual amount that's due for this year, not your amount that you're catching up on?
We budget 115 and then we usually end up around 80,000.
Around 80,000.
Right.
Okay, so are you going to complete your outstanding amounts owed to WAPA in this fiscal year?
Yes, we are.
By when?
September 30th.
But where I can't pay it now? I mean, my colleague asked the question is a legit question because the funding that you're sitting on right now, if you're not using it.
Well, we are using it for our day-to-day operations.
Okay, but there's amounts for your day-to-day, and then you have savings from previous years?
Just 1 year, just from last year.
Okay, previous years, how much?
It was about 220,000.
Okay, so that 220,000, you should be paying WAPA. Because this is the issue. We didn't give you any additional money to sit on. And that's the thing why we have to be very careful at the end of the fiscal year when we're dealing with these departments and these agencies that have a board. Because any money that you spend that expire on 9/30 is supposed to come back to the government. That's supposed to happen. It hasn't been happening, but that's what should happen. Once it doesn't say available until expended, it should be reverted back to the government if you didn't spend it. But if you have funding that was appropriated for specific purposes within fiscal year 2023, and you did not spend all of that money, you should be utilizing those funds to pay off your WAPA bill. Whatever outstanding bills you have, you need to be using those funds to pay those bills. If you didn't use it for those categories, we give you a lump sum, right?
Correct.
5,372,000. If you had 200,000 left in fiscal year and you're operating, then how are we asking for an additional? I don't remember what the amount is, $1 million this fiscal year. We got to balance this because you really shouldn't have but pennies left. $200,000 is a significant amount of money.
Well, that's the so we will pay that $85,000.
It's down to It's down. He said it's down to what?
It's down to $85,000. That's the balance that we presently owe.
So when I owe that from?
That was the monies that I guess that was owed when we thought we were on the single utility bill program, and found out that at some point in time I found out we were not.
But how
and so
I
we went
thought that? What make
that was before, that was before my time, and when I came on board, we realized that the bills hadn't been paid, and so we entered into a payment plan with WAPA to resolve that matter.
Was the money being deducted from your budget?
Yes, I did see withdrawals to the single payer fund. So I'm trying to reconcile where the money went.
So you should say that. So you're saying that, because I'm like, why would you make that assumption if the money wasn't being deducted? So you're saying, so what fiscal years are you talking about that was occurring?
22 and 23.
And you still had $200,000 left? Wow.
Well, we had a lot of savings from vacant positions.
No. You shared with me that your personnel expenses, you don't get a check for personnel. So whatever check you receive is only for your operating side. So whatever personnel vacancies you had, that money went back, it reverted.
Yes.
You would not have received a check for that.
Did not.
So then there's operating amounts that you did not, that you received funding for that you did not expend, not personnel, operating. So y'all have to justify your expenses. You have to provide us with a breakdown of your, what you're specifically asking for, because $1 million is, because it sounds to me like perhaps what should be happening is the money needs to be moved around, but you all have the ability to do that.
Correct.
Because you get a lump sum, so you can determine what category you want your funding to sit in. But I think what's equally important is that we have to manage this a little better. The personnel amount, we need to be clear on what your personnel is. We will have to drill on a little further. So we need an updated personnel listing. And if you have new positions that you intend to add, you need to say vacant and then say new. So we could be clear to understand what's happening here.
I believe we provided the list of all the positions, and we had where they had some vacant positions. We also have the new attorney that's coming on July 29th and the new one in September 9th in the St. Croix district. And I know we had the 2 vacant positions, attorney positions in the St. Thomas district. That's because we had only 1 vacancy, but then we lost an attorney on May 31st. So we've interviewed and we're waiting, we're still interviewing.
I don't have that personnel listing that you're referencing. So you're going to have to send it back to the committee. The post-audit report basically has all of the positions active. What page? Page 7. Page 7. They're all active. They all say active. Yeah, so we have to, they all say active, so we need an updated personnel list, and we see that you've purchased, you have leased to own vehicles?
No, we do not.
So we're reading here, make, model, Toyota RAV4, own, so new. So you have some new vehicles too?
Yes, 2 new vehicles as of last year.
Okay, so last year meaning 23?
2023.
And you purchased those out of your 5.3 million?
Yes.
Are you still had $200,000 left?
Well, we do have the construction project that we finally have the contract, and that was started, and that was about $160-something thousand. So we have the money to expend to pay for the construction project. So then when they bill us, we are able to pay it.
We're doing a little creative stuff here. Whatever is appropriated in that fiscal year is to be used for that fiscal year. That's why we made the funding. No longer we are doing available until expended, because we are unable to manage. You have a bank account? You have a bank account? We have a bank account?
One moment, Senator. If we're looking at page 7 of 8 of Appendix 1 in the post-audit report, if we look on the left-hand side, in orange, the vacant positions are listed.
What page you say? Sorry.
Page 7 of 8. Orange is highlighted. That's where it's vacant.
Mm-hmm. Page 7 of 8.
And that's what's 7 of 8. The vacant positions are listed in orange. We will update that. Right.
It didn't say what the orange was.
Yeah.
It just says it's just blank.
The status on the left-hand side. And I guess on the retirement status was something different.
So your vacancies come up to your positions come to $3.615 million, correct? Based on this report.
That's correct.
So all of the positions that are listed here are accurate?
They will be updated.
Up to that effective date, yes.
And where are the new positions in here?
They're not in there. It has to be updated. That's we lost.
Wait, hold tight. So the new positions that the two new lawyers, that's what it is, correct? Two new lawyers are here?
They're in.
Okay, so then your personnel budget amount is 3.6 million.
The two new additional ones that I just requested is not in here for the St. Croix district. It's not in there.
And those total how much?
Those total $260,000.
Personnel alone or fringe as well?
Personnel.
So what's the salary? 230? 130, sorry.
About 130.
Okay, 130. All right. Okay, so y'all have to send back this information to us because we need to understand how you're utilizing this $5.372220 million prior to us making any movement on any additional asks, because we're still not clear on that. Okay, Senator Javon James, Senior, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. Some quick questions for you. I see here on page 4 of 8 of the post-audit report, other services and charges, it speaks to security. In the FY 2023, you had $0 appropriated. FY 2024, $0. And then for the FY 2025, you're asking for $12,000. If you can just explain what's happening there. Wasn't there a need for security in the past, and why do we need security now? We're not saying we do not need it.
Ronald Moorhead. We always had security, but we added additional ADT services on the St. Croix district.
Okay, understood. So when I was thinking of security, I was thinking of actual men and women on the ground, but you're talking about technology. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, and then I see where for water utility services, FY 2023, $0. FY 2024, approximately $5,000 and change. And now this year, you're recommending $15,720. Can someone just explain to me? I'm seeing a $10,000 increase, and it was $0 appropriated based on the post-audit report for FY 2023. Water.
Just a budget amount we anticipate for this year.
Totally understand, but you only answer 1/3 of the question. FY 2023 is showing $0. FY 2024 is showing $5,500, and now we're seeing $15,000. You're utilizing more water. You wasn't using water in 2023. Explain to me the differences there.
On the St. Croix side, we're strictly on the potable water now. Prior, we had a cistern, but it doesn't work as we like it, so we're better off with the potable water on the St. Croix. That's where the most of the water is charged.
Not trying to put too much information out there, but you don't want cistern with all the rain that we getting and things? Clean water?
Well, it's just the reliability, and we do have a 24-hour tenant, and sometimes if the pump goes down in the middle of the night, it's too hard to get somebody to come and fix it. So the portable water is much more reliable.
No, it's making sense. No, it's making sense. You're catering to a tenant and not specifically to you and your services. Yes, no?
That's correct. It's our office and the tenant, correct.
Just want to make sure, because when you see those things from 0 to 5,000 to 15,000, we have to make sure that's our job here.
1 minute.
And then as far as printing and binding, on the same page 4 of 8 of the post-audit report, $0 for FY 2023, $0 for FY 2024, and now $10,000 in FY 2025. And you could just explain to me there was no need for it in the past 2 fiscal years, and we're now doing that.
30 seconds.
We are reutilizing and buying in.
Well, we do have a lot of new employees coming in, and we're gonna need a lot of new, what do you call it, like cards and papers and letterheads and stuff like that. So we do expect that to be an increase.
On page 3 of 8, for fringe benefits, I see FICA, FY 2023, 166,000. FY 2024, 85,000, and now FY 2025, you're requesting $260,000.
Well,
I'm assuming more individuals came on board because I'm seeing a higher, an increase in employers' contribution retirement. How many individuals came on board, employees?
Senator, the 85,000 was as of the April 18th, 2024. So just a portion of the fiscal year. And then we did have 5 new employees come on board. So last year we had 29, then we had 5 new employees, and then the anticipated employees coming on at the end of this month and in September, and this month and September.
I think my time was called, but trust me, I know exactly what you mean when it comes to FY 2024, but it's a $100,000 increase from FY 2023 and FY 2025. Hence why you said 5 new employees came on board. That's why I asked the question. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James, for your questions. Last bit, people. I know who next. Okay, you give me a chance to catch myself. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the post auditor, are you aware whether or not the Commissioner of Finance is submitting to the legislature the monthly statements of all obligations and disbursements from the single payer utility fund for electrical power? Supposed to be submitted within 30 days after the close of each month? Please recognize the post auditor's mic.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, Senator, I'm not aware, but I'll find out for you shortly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. There's a report that's coming from the Department of Finance with regards to single payer. None, correct. But I believe that we have an obligation to, if we write it in the law, then we should be requesting it. So we just have to make sure that our post audit is requesting that information from the Department of Finance. Yes, sir. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. I get back my time, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Okay, the 25 budget have a wage increase?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so and for exempt employees? Or across the board?
Across the board, it does.
2.5%?
No, not 2.5%. It's a gradated percentage, and the attorney increases are based on a review of the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, well, I see basically a 2.5%. Okay, so the 3.6 million grand total is what you're asking for in 25.
No.
But it doesn't, 3,615,238 grand total for personnel active, and the same post-auditor report, page 7 of 8.
We're asking for 3.8.
3.8 is what you're asking for. Okay, so this total came, this 3.6 doesn't include the fringe. So the fringe is what's going to make up the 3.8 for the wage increases?
The 3.8 is strictly for personnel services.
Right. So the 3.8, but I see your fringe went down, I think, in 25. Based on the post-audit report, your fringe went down.
No, the fringe went from 1.2 to 1.29.
Okay, so your fringe went up, you're saying?
Yes.
So then, okay, so then if your fringe went up, let me see. Your wage increases, so the persons that you didn't bring on as yet is what going to make up the 3.8 for active personnel.
The 3.8 is for wage increases.
Correct.
And then 2 positions that we're creating.
Right. So that's.
But not to include the Senate, the lawyers that the chief talked about.
So who gonna pay them?
No, that's an additional request.
That's why we requested the additional $260,000 for the 2 attorneys that I believe that's necessary for the St. Croix district.
Okay, so your ask is 3.8 to
plus additional 260 for the additional 2 attorneys. Correct.
Okay, and that also does not encompass fringe.
That does not encompass the fringe, no.
Right. So then, a guesstimation of a base fringe is.
That's why we increased fringe by 90,000.
Okay, so that would cover it, but the fringe that that I calculate that you have is 33.5%.
Okay.
That's what you calculated your fringe at?
For the attorneys, yes, because
1 minute.
Their salaries doesn't include retirement for the entire amount.
Oh, okay. I just noted, like I said, the fringe was down. It was 35 before, 33.5 now.
Right.
And average is 44.
Right, for the attorneys, they only get fringe up to a certain, I believe, amount with the GERS, I believe.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Like I said, basically, it's addressing the personal and fringe is where I see we want to make sure we have straight. But and before I close out, just wanted to say, I think
30 seconds.
It has a nice ring. They have on the agenda here the chief public defender, but it's the chief territorial public defender. Yeah, I know that sounds good. They have a good ring.
It does.
I just wanted to say it again, chief territorial public defender. Since made sure I made that happen. But yeah. Okay, so one more time for your personnel and fringe, which I know Madam Chair asked you to send it in. Your additional acts is 260 on the personnel end.
Yes.
And 90 on the fringe end.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's 3.
Yep. Clear.
Time.
You're the financial man, but you go tell me.
350,000.
Okay, so that's basically what you're asking total for personal and fringe alone.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I'm dealing with attorneys, I like to have documents in front of me, and for some reason, I can't put my hand on this, right? But the good, what's your title? Budget Director, Mr. Moya?
Fiscal Accountant.
Fiscal Accountant, all right. The good fiscal accountant was quick to tell us that they're self-sufficient. But
I meant self-responsible.
I understand
Agency
what you meant.
responsible.
But my point is that, and I'm trying to find it because I don't know, it might be my interpretation, but I need to find it and get with our legal counsel. Because to my recollection, and I'd like to go back and find it because it'll say we don't work. But 11 years ago, September this year will be 11 years that we passed this single payer legislation in the 30th legislature. For reasons that's keeping up the Senate President. And I know that it states in the law that whether or not you're, what do you call it, semi-autonomous or autonomous, that as long as you're receiving funding from the executive budget, that you shall be a part of that program. So maybe that's why you were seeing it coming out as well. But they should, once that money is coming out, they should be sending you a bill. Were you seeing the bill during that time?
No.
Exactly, and you're not the first agency that said that they weren't seeing the bill. So something is wrong, there's a drop-off somewhere. But if you are a part of that single payer fund, which you should be, I suggest that you start looking for those monthly statements. Now, what percentage of your $6.6 million proposed budget is allocated to staffing versus operation?
I'll have to calculate it.
Okay, just an approximate. Any significant changes or initiatives in this year's budget compared to last year? I know the chief was eager about going into our own home, and I love that idea.
We're still very much interested in that. We are in the process of looking at a building that we believe is for sale, that we learned is for sale. And so the board has given me permission to speak to an appraiser to appraise that building. That appraisal is in process.
So any significant changes or new initiatives
The
that
new
you're putting in
initiative
place?
was the Defender data, the construction in the OTPD St. Croix building, and we've created new offices for the attorneys in anticipation of the attorneys coming on board. We've replaced all of the carpeting, the
Okay.
1 minute, the
And I know-
professional services
see-
increase.
Okay, I know my timekeeper back there. To me, should be on my time, nobody else on. But you're a small agency. But any cost-saving initiatives or austerity measures in place?
Well, I believe that we are very resourceful. We do not overspend what we have been provided.
All right.
30 seconds.
And you see what I tell you? Seconds. How will your proposed budget impact the delivery of services to your clients and our community?
It will give us additional attorneys, I believe, who have zealous advocacy to give us more access, and will provide the clients with an attorney, with more attorneys. And I think that's important because right now our attorneys have too much of a high caseload.
Right. So you spoke to a little over $1 million that's needed. However, your budget proposal should show the prioritization of resources that will address your most critical needs to our client, so that the questions wouldn't be asked of you as to what the additional 1 point something million was. But lastly, does your office rely on any external funding funding, such as grants, etc., to supplement your budget?
We have not received any and have not applied for any grants this year. The only grants that we had applied for was for the reimbursement under the ARPA COVID relief funds. But we are and we will be looking to see if there's any funding that we can get through grants.
All righty. Thank you so much, and continue to do the good work. And I am looking forward to supporting your initiative on being in your own home. I'm hoping that a lot of government agencies will do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. So the Public Defender's Office, they own a building, correct?
In St. Croix.
And that building, do you receive rent for that building?
Yes, we do.
And the rent that you receive, what do you do with those funds?
We do hold on to the funds.
And
You
make
mean hold
repairs.
on?
Well, we do make repairs we do make repairs to the building. We just had some repairs done to the roof this year, and so we do use the funding for repairs to that building.
Okay. What is your annual rent that you charge? How much rentals you have?
We have 2 rentals. One is through Vitima. That's the
What's your annual rent?
The 911, 1,900.
How much money are you collecting on an annual basis?
It's in the post audit report.
Because I remember years ago the government had purchased that building, had provided funding for the purchase of that building. Is that an accurate recollection?
I am not aware.
Yeah, I recall that. I wasn't sitting in the Senate then, but I recall the discussion. So your yearly amount that you're receiving is about $177,000?
That's not correct.
Okay, so tell me. Because you look at...
No, the Linden Corp we pay rent for the St. Thomas.
Is how it's listed in this area.
The St. Thomas office, and then the St. Croix, we lease.
Okay, no, don't go ahead. I'm trying to get what is your annual rent that you collect, your collections.
33,900.
Annually?
Correct.
That's how you get on an annual basis?
Correct.
We are, one of the occupiers is a government agency.
So the government agency is there for free?
No, they pay $1,925 monthly.
So then how will it be $3,000?
Well, no,
33,000.
33.
33 what? But $900.
For the other.
What's the other one?
That's for both.
So you collect $33,900 a month, a year.
Correct.
And how long have you been collecting that money?
I would say we took the building over in 2004.
Yeah, so it's been a minute you've been collecting those funds. So that's revenues that you have. So you should be in each fiscal year, you should be looking at the questions that we should be asking is, okay, so you're collecting $33,900 on an annual basis. Of that amount, what are you utilizing for the maintenance of your building? And then whatever difference is, we need to be looking at that to offset our budget. There must be the government bought that building for the public defender office. I recall that like it was yesterday. I remember the conversation. I have a piece of property up here too.
We do have
going wrong the field.
We do have a piece of property, and we have not been able to build on that property. It is 0.26. So yeah, it's a little small, and so we have not been able to. I think we acquired that property in 2000.
It's a historical property.
Yes.
It's probably leveled now. All the bricks and stuff. Is it leveled?
It has one wall.
One wall. So it's literally it's a ruin.
It is in ruins, correct,
yeah,
Senator.
But do you believe that this, based on the size of that property, that you'll be able to build something on there to accommodate the expansion of your office, or is best for us to consider moving in a different direction with that property?
And that's what I have in the process of looking at, Senator, and looking at the building that I have found that is for sale, and hoping that once I get the appraisal of that building, I will get the permission from the board to make an offer and come to the legislature if there is funding to help us purchase that building on St. Thomas, because it's been a long time.
You guys sell the other one first?
Well, and hopefully sell.
Yeah, something
there's a give and take. Yes, Senator.
Yeah, we
definitely.
can. Yeah. So we have to look at, if that space is not something that, you can utilize based on the expansion of your office, and you're looking at a new space, then we have to.
Correct. We've had it for a number of years and have not been able to build on it.
Right, it's been a minute. I recall it very well. So you have a maintenance budget for 2025? Do you include maintenance in your, maintenance included in a 5 point?
We have a repair, we are, in the request, we have 70,000 for repairs and maintenance.
70,000, right?
Correct.
Do you have and how much do you anticipate utilizing against the 33.9 that you collect on an annual basis? Treat it like you're dealing with your house. Yeah, man. Yeah, we gotta treat this like we're dealing with our own space. Whatever money you generate in, you have to look at that and identify and determine rather how much you will need for maintenance, and if there's any additional funding, then we can figure out if we are in a position to assist. But we have to get more information. We need a little more transparency into what's happening with the public defender office in order for us to even give consideration on the additional resources that you're asking for. So we're going to need for you to give us a true breakdown of your different budget categories and how you're utilizing this 33,900 and how you've utilized that last fiscal year and the fiscal year before to determine what we can and cannot do, because you're generating 33.9. Who's paying the rent for the electricity bill for your tenants?
Each tenant has their own account.
So they're paying their own bill?
Correct.
All right. Senator Francis Helga, you're recognized for your 2 minutes, sorry.
4 minutes.
Oh my goodness. I almost feel like we're on a second round. Like for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. When it comes to this management system that you guys spoke about, I'm not sure if you gave a number, but is there a cost? Well, what's the cost for that? And would you need additional personnel to assist with that, or you're going to be doing training with the employees that are already there?
The cost will be about $30,000, and the employees that we presently have will be trained on that system. Some of our employees, like even our receptionist, does data entry. Both of our receptionists do data entry. There may be a need for additional employees on each island, one on each island, I anticipate, but I don't know at this time.
Okay. How long do you think it would take to implement this new system?
We're hoping to go live in August, about mid-August, August 15th, we're hoping to go live. And we're going to start the training in August. Right now, we are customizing all of the fields.
Okay. Outside of training for this particular system, does your office offer training to your attorneys and other employees? And if so, what kind of cost is that roughly on an annual basis?
We do offer and find training off island for our attorneys through several different organizations. I don't have the number at this time, at the breakdown at this moment, but all of our attorneys go to training, whether they're senior attorney. The newer attorneys are going to more than one training.
Okay. Well, through the chair, I would like for them to provide us with those additional costs or whatever costs they have specifically as it relates to training for this particular office. I have been dealing very closely with your office over the last couple of months, dealing with a relative. And while some people might have questioned, why didn't you just get an attorney? I did recommend, I said, if it's supposed to work for the people of the Virgin Islands, it should work for me too. So I didn't go out the realms of the public defender's office. And in dealing with you guys, dealing with a family member situation, I recognize a lot of things. And sometimes I think God allows things to happen so I could get a bird's eye view. And the things that I learned, I could probably help implement to help the territory as a whole. But one of the things I want to find out that I picked up on, and how do you guys work closely with the Justice Department?
1 minute.
And dealing with people with mental illness? Because with my particular situation, we were already at 3 court cases before, even though this individual was known to have a mental issue, we were at the 3rd court case before anything was said. And even dealing with the Justice Department, they're aware of it, but they kept refusing to dismiss, even though it was the recommendation of the public defender's office. So I'm trying to figure out financially these additional back and forth fighting over things that we might know. How does that work for
30
you guys?
seconds.
Dealing with the Justice Department in certain cases where people have been diagnosed and there's still issues going back and forth.
I don't know the particular case that you're talking about, but
Well, no,
just
I'm
generally,
talking in general because I've heard the same similar stories. I'm just sharing one in general.
if the family has insurance that actually helps, that way they can get off-island treatment, because as you know, there's no treatment facilities here in the Virgin Islands. Once we have someone who does not have insurance or insurance through the family, then we have to go through the Department of Health. And the Department of Health has to find placement for them or treatment for them or local treatment. So it is something that we deal with every single day because there is limited resources in the Department of Health. We do have limited providers here in the territory. So it is not an OTPD issue, it is a Virgin Islands issue.
Okay, just one thing. So just for example, with dealing with all the different agencies, like you said, health, you might have sometimes hospitals, you deal with justice. Is there a way that you guys attempt to streamline the process for better transition? Because sometimes I just even understanding with some other people as well, I could see the certain repetitions. And for me, that turns into dollars and cents. So I'm trying to figure out how we could have a better streamline to cut down on repetition that could potentially even be costing us overtime and all these other things.
I don't know about streamlining. I know that we sometimes have to wait for a bed to become available, and so that can hold up the process. It also determines whether or not that facility, and usually a facility in the States, because we do not have a facility here. And if the person has to go to inpatient treatment, then we don't have inpatient treatment in the territory. If it's outpatient treatment, then they can go to the Division of Health, Department of Health, Division of Mental Health. But our biggest issue is that we have no place for in-person treatment in the territory.
Okay. Thank you very much for sharing that information. I appreciate the additional time, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the question, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. I'm certain that we have lots more questions for the Office of the Public Defender. And I'll tell you that the work that you do in the community is extensive work. So I want to personally thank you for what you do in your space. It cannot be easy. It can't be easy. And I think some of us who are on the other side, we get very offended by the public defender office when there are certain outcomes of certain cases. But you have to do your job. And the public defender office was created to serve those who would not otherwise have been able to be represented. So it's all about equity, equality, etc. So there were some questions that were asked earlier, some through the chair requests. So I'm going to allow you a 30-second close, but before we do that, let me just remind you of what was requested of my colleagues, and then we're going to send it to you in writing. All right, so through the chair request was the updated personnel listing and your your new positions, your projected new positions, that your ask of your new positions, and specifically clearly identifying that they're new. The breakdown of all of your operating expenses. So if you have under other services, what are those expenses or obligations that you would have under there for 2025? And your updated personnel listing, I think we asked that already, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the same thing. The breakdown of the different budget categories, same thing for 25. And someone asked for your additional costs regarding training. And in your testimony, you had you shared that one of the challenges that you have is that you are unable to pay for expert witnesses. I think that's...
No, we're asked for additional funds for expert witnesses.
Right.
Presently, our budget has 100,000. We've requested an additional 60,000 for expert witnesses.
An additional...
100.
An additional 60,000 for expert witnesses. So let me just ask you, for the most part, the court just sends a client to you, correct?
Correct.
So you are not, there's no vetting, no determination as to whether the person can afford it or not afford it. It's just...
The court determines the indigency of the client, and then we are appointed.
I see. All right. So you need an additional 60,000 for...
Expert.
Okay, so just send us a breakdown of your ask, what you currently have, and what your ask is, so we could determine whether or not we could assist you. And then the other thing was, I asked, and it's not here. So the other thing that I asked for is how are you utilizing if you have a maintenance budget, you need to submit to us your maintenance budget. And that is tied to how you're utilizing those funds that you're generating from your rent. Okay?
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, so I'll allow you a 30-second close. And if we have any additional questions, we will definitely reach out and ask. Okay?
Thank you, Senator. Let me take this opportunity to thank each of you again. On September 22nd, 2023, the 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands passed Bill 35-0148, sponsored by Senator Dwayne DeGraff, co-sponsored by Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr. and Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, and unanimously supported by the entire Senate to add the word territorial to our agency's name. Bill 35-0148 was signed into law by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. on September 29, 2023. Act 8763 formally amended Title V, Virgin Islands Code 3520, sequentially amending our name from Office of the Public Defender to Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Territorial was a moniker we've used for decades and have been identified by, but which was never formally nor legislatively approved until now. Thank you. OTPD represents persons whose liberty, freedom is at stake, whether for a short or indefinite period of time. These persons are our mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, and other family members or friends. They are innocent until the government proves that they are guilty. Their indigency should not predetermine the outcome of the criminal matter. Our mission is to ensure that they have the best opportunity to defend themselves as if they had $1 million at their disposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your closing, and thank you to you and your staff for being here this afternoon with us. And like I said, we will submit to you a correspondence with regards to through the chair request, and looking forward to getting the updated information to assist us, afford us the ability to make an informed decision when it comes to your agency. Colleagues, the committee, and I want to also take this opportunity to thank central staff, my staff, all of my colleagues, everyone that has participated in today's, made today's meeting possible. I want to just give a big shout out to all of us who've made the commitment to continue to stay in the paint with these budget hearings. The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of, what's today? July 16, 2024 is hereby adjourned.
Thank you. Stephen.